do the necessary climate actions that are required. And in order to actually, enable that, that would require having bigger and better MDBs. That means, one, through better capitalization or higher capitalization of MDBs so that they have more resources. It also includes enhancing the balance sheet utilization, optimization of it. And it also includes basically the issue of sufficient financing for concessional windows. And here we can talk about, the replenishment of IDA as well as the replenishment of the African Development Fund. So this will be critical to enable that finance at scale and being affordable. The second and very important element of it is, of course, the issue of the SDR rechanneling. And we're very delighted that we now have the framework approved within the IMF board to enable that SDR rechanneling to happen, the IMF special drawing rights, which are basically resources that are sitting idle that can be put into better use. And channeling it through multilateral development banks basically gives that leverage of 3 to 4 times. And at an affordable rate. So now that we have the framework, we would need the rechanneling to be implemented with the support of 5 donor SDR countries. So we look forward, very much forward to this materializing. But also we need to ensure the bigger role for the private sector in terms of crowding in more private sector investment. And that also, kind of ties, closes the circle with the role of MDBs, because for that you will need de-risking instruments, you need more blending, you need, ways by which you can actually allow the private sector to come in while bearing or handling that risk that they need to take. So that will be very important. The second area that we have been working on is having a debt resolution framework that is actually properly working. So basically overhauling of the G20 common framework to make it more timely, transparent, and time-bound. So you don't have countries that takes 2 years just to establish creditor committees. You need a system that functions better, that also need to be expanded to include middle-income countries, because many middle-income countries have debt restructuring needs that don't have a similar framework at the moment. So that would be very important, as well as having comparability of treatment to really kind of speed up the process in terms of finding a resolution and engaging with private sector more in the process. And third, last but not least, is amplifying the African voice and representation internationally. We're delighted that finally we have the G20 African Union seat, but there are also other issues that need to be tackled. For example, improving the Africa representation in international institutions, including the IMF and the required IMF quota reform, because that affects 2 things. It affects voice and representation in terms of making decisions that will affect all of us, but also it affects access, because basically access is a proportion of that quota. So what is available to you is, a multiple of what your quota is. So that's a very important issue that we'll need to continue to advance. In terms of the role of philanthropy, I think there are many of these areas that have been actually, supported. Let's just give the issue of SDR rechanneling. We have been, having strong support from, philanthropic entities to actually advance and advocate on that agenda and the need to do it, and has been very useful. We've also been having, the role of philanthropy has been also critical in some areas where there is a need for demonstration effect. For example, in the area of debt for nature or debt for climate swaps, it started actually with the support of philanthropy. You know, in number of countries. And basically, it showed that this can work, shows that there is potential, and now it needs to be taken to a higher scale that requires funding beyond philanthropy. So this is a tipping point of showing this can be done, proving the concept, and then pushing it forward that can actually be adopted by larger scale finance. So that's very critical. And of course, there is also work that is being done in terms of building capacity at various areas, whether for carbon markets, for example, developing carbon markets within Africa, or in terms of developing the capacity of authorities, for example. So definitely the role of philanthropy will be critical going forward, but we also need to make sure that once, for concept, things are shown to demonstrate that they can succeed, that we crowd in the official finance and other sources of finance to bring it from the millions to billions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. If I could just do a small follow on that. There's been a bit of concern about the speed and effectiveness of the global reforms and the conversations that are currently happening. I think since DSSI and a bit before DSSI, which is going into 5 years right now, there's a bit of concern that we're not resolving the problem as fast as we could. When you have conversations on the SDR rechanneling and the resource adequacy and the capital adequacy of the MDBs, the conversation is on balance sheet optimization. FDB did its recent hybrid capital first initially, and they raised $750 million, which is a far cry from the gap. Maybe you can just comment on the political commitment, especially with terms of resource adequacy for IDA, IBRD, and the IMF, PRGT, and RST.
So I think the current context globally, I think, we are at a critical junction where there has been so much, geopolitical tension, divisions, and we have seen a shift of financing from development to security and to defense. So I think that's why the role of all of us, including philanthropy, in really advocating and making the point of what is at stake is critical. It's not just the figures. I think we need to bring it more to earth in terms what does it mean? What does it mean if you have 600 million Africans without access to electricity and energy? What does it mean when we will be, a third of a third or more of the global workforce in a few years? What does it mean to the world? It's not just about us, but it's about, progress and, global both prosperity and stability. So we need to, I think, a bit shift the discussion to bring the attention to the trade-offs that are happening now. So this is not an easy, this is unlike probably any time that when we were talking about replenishments of these windows before. So it's very important to keep the voice and the, advancing the agenda, especially that some of the things don't need additional resources. We are at a stage where there is a shift toward more your own domestic interest. We have the cost of living crisis. I need to spend more resources domestically rather than support other development spending. Yet, it's important because we have seen before that what affects, we're all interlinked, what affects a country or a region can affect us all with the pandemic and with other major shocks and supply chain shocks and all that. Two, there are already resources that are sitting idle, and you cannot justify. You cannot justify, even if you have issues domestically, that you cannot use resources that are sitting idle above 650 billion US dollars in SDRs and not use some of that to actually channel, create leverage and support. So we need to get to the bottom of the discussion of the arguments and the pushback we are getting, because there are things that can be done. For example, concessional finance window at the IMF. This is about reallocation and optimization of balance sheet internally of the IMF. So it does not mean that they need to allocate additional resources to the IMF. So why are we not moving forward? So that's why I'm saying it's an area that we need all of us to be engaged in advocacy, in policy, and in making sure that we demonstrate the cost of non-action.
Thank you very much. And I think the point you raised on mobilizing domestic capital is a great segue for FSDA Africa. Yeah, as you well know, they say that we're going to need all kind of resources for this upcoming climate crisis. Domestic capital has been identified as probably a very large pool of funds that Africa is currently not optimizing or not exploiting. We know that FSDA does a lot of work in that sector with the capital markets and in a lot of jurisdictions on the continent. Maybe if we can move to a bit of a transaction level conversation in terms of opportunities where you see this can be enhanced and where, if any, philanthropy can play a role at all.
Okay, thanks. I was going to bring everybody back to the exam question of where philanthropy fits into African development. But yeah, so at FSD Africa, which is a specialist development agency in finance, we believe in systems. And so we spend a lot of time thinking about who should be playing what kind of role in the system. So I think it's very appropriate to be having a discussion about where does philanthropy fit into this quite complex system. And as Dr. Hanan was really articulating, there's an awful lot of processes going on, and we clearly can't have everybody in every room all at the same time. So we need to divide and rule and figure out who's got the right capacity to be doing certain tasks and leave other tasks to other people. When I think about philanthropy, I guess I think about organizations that have money, which is always very helpful. I think about organizations that have independence, and I think that's extremely helpful in the sense that they're not bound by government policy. I think about organizations who have agency, in other words, who are able to act quickly and flexibly. And I also think about organizations that have incredible networks in many cases. And when you're thinking about global challenges like climate, it's really important to be able to draw on global networks and put them to work in the areas where we want them to be put to work. So obviously philanthropy has an incredibly important role to play in my view. I guess there are two big buckets for me. One is around the role that philanthropy can play in facilitating markets, and that's and then the other is really around the de-risking role that philanthropy can play. So with facilitating markets, it's really about bridging, and I think Rupesh spoke about this, bridging the gap between the public and the private, right? So what happens with market development is that the public sector either doesn't have the money or the capacity to be able to do certain things, and so that the private sector will come in and fill that gap. And then the private sector looks at that gap and says, well, I have no idea how to make money out of that, and the business models are all too uncertain, and so they stay away. And so it is very important for agencies to be able to bring those two groups together, and very often they want to work more closely together, and figure out how we can make this new market work. So I think pushing new boundaries is very important for a role for philanthropy. So putting new ideas out there, convening stakeholders, delivering groundbreaking research, and actually getting into new markets. And I think what we often find is that donor money in particular tends to concentrate in a relatively small number of markets. And I think philanthropy has a very important role to spread benefits of development into less popular markets. I think that's really important. The second is around supporting processes of change, which can be extremely humdrum. And I'm speaking in a way, as FSD Africa does a lot of this, sort of supporting really quite boring processes of change, like drafting terms of reference or booking meeting rooms or paying for somebody to get on a flight to go somewhere, and all this sort of stuff which governments find very, very difficult to do. But it's a very important part of lubricating the system. At the other end of the spectrum is much more interesting in a way, processes where you can, philanthropy is very well placed to, as it were, create safe spaces for decision makers to come out of the public eye and have intelligent conversations and figure out how to solve very complex problems. And creating that space, I think, is often it's difficult for the private sector to do because it doesn't pay. But I think philanthropy can play a very useful role in doing that. Processes, when they get going, you need to build momentum as well, and I think philanthropy can very often help to spread the good news about an idea that might actually work. And just a very important point to make is that donors tend to prefer to pay for specific things. They tend to want to pay for specific outputs, specific deliverables. And I think this is an increasing trend, and it's an increasing problem for the market facilitation world, is that somebody at some point needs to pay for the lights to stay on. And for doing all those things, it is almost impossible to define the processes that I was just talking about. So I think philanthropy can get behind some of these long-term processes of change and pay for specific outputs at the same time as well. Capacity gaps, as Hanan was saying, very important. There are very significant capacity gaps in the private sector, but also in the public sector. And one thing I would say as well about philanthropy is not always to be too bedazzled by the shiny and the new, right? I think in many ways the most catalytic things of all are slow processes that actually get to an endpoint. And especially if you're dealing with regulatory reform, which can take years, often it's extremely slow and can be very tedious, but actually that is what leads to the real impact over time. It's not the flash in the pan, bright idea. So that's market facilitation on the one hand, and I think philanthropy has an enormously important role to play there. On de-risking, I guess you can divide that into two things. One is the project development aspect. So we all know that there is, okay, we can debate, but there tends to be there is a belief that there aren't enough bankable projects, there aren't enough investable projects. And certainly that's what institutional investors tell us. And so there is an incredibly catalytic role that philanthropy can play to support project development. It's a huge, huge area, and it's a complex area. But when you think that, so we were just in a meeting this morning on power, and there was a lot of discussion about the transmission sector. And so what was it? There was you can't have transition without transmission, this thing. So we have to focus on the transmission sector. So who's going to pay for all the power lines to go across Africa? But who's going to develop those projects? And you can talk to project developers, and each of those projects can take $10 million or $15 million in project development spend. No single donor can afford that. No single philanthropist can do that. And I think philanthropy has a really good role to play to convene like-minded groups to get behind complex, large-scale, transformational projects like in the transmission sector. And then the second is, so that's project development is one thing, and then I think on blending, which is simply de-risking, I'm less convinced, we can have a debate about it, I'm less convinced that this is a natural area for philanthropy because it's quite long-term. But certainly there is no shortage of opportunity for philanthropic capital to get behind projects, to reduce the cost of capital to make projects more bankable. I feel that that is likely to be more of a challenge for the philanthropic sector, which tends to want to see more a quicker return in terms of impact, I would say. But that's certainly an area that we could find more opportunity for. And I liked also what Rupesh was saying earlier about needing to work with the local markets. And actually what we're seeing in Africa in particular at the moment is an increasing abundance of guarantee capacity and concessional capital. And it's driven by this recognition that actually the climate crisis is urgent and we need to get capital to work quite quickly. And so organizations like InfraCredit in Nigeria or Damana Solutions in Kenya, which FSD Africa had a hand in supporting, and many other guarantee facilities and structures. It's better probably to work with existing structures in the market than to try to reinvent new structures. And I think that's where philanthropy can sometimes get it a little wrong, is to kind of come in and occupy a space, which tends to push out the local participants, and that doesn't build local capacity in the end at all. So I think there needs to be more of a sort of concerted effort to crowd in the local players, to work with the existing system, than to try to create something entirely new from the bottom up.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mark Napier. If, I don't know, just a small follow-up on that as well, something about the domestic capital mobilization, all the capital in Africa that's not being deployed.
So, okay, so what Ngasi is referring to here is the fact that we have, is it 2 trillion or is it 2.4 trillion? It's a very, very large amount of private institutional capital in Africa already, which is looking for opportunities to fund in local currency. And many of those opportunities need local currency. And so we need to try to find mechanisms to get some of that money to work in the projects that we want it to work in. And if you're in Nigeria and 70% of your domestic pension fund assets are funding government securities, so they're funding the government, it's possibly more than that at the moment, then it's going to be quite difficult to persuade local asset managers that actually here's a private opportunity over here that it's worth backing. And that will need a nudge, quite a big nudge, and that's where I think philanthropic capital can help to play a role. Putting the idea out there for a start, the convening that I was talking about, and suggesting different ways that they could invest. And then secondly, actually creating structures or supporting the creation of structures that can then introduce that institutional capital into the market. And it is an urgent, and I think that we could be nearly at a tipping point, not necessarily getting 2 trillion to work in climate finance. That would be very nice, but it's not going to happen as quickly as we would want. But when you think about the sort of increased skepticism around the solidity of government debt now in the market, actually pension funds are looking for different products, and they're looking for yield as well. And so if we can create different products for institutional investors to invest in, if we can support that transition from really a kind of almost an exclusive focus on government securities into looking at different diversified risks, I think that's an enormously valuable role for philanthropy to play as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think, again, that's a good segue to the next question from Mr. Rupesh. The reason why we keep going back to the global financial architecture reform is because of the macro risk in every country, especially currency depreciation, repatriation risk, that faces, it's the same challenge for all capital mobilization in all jurisdictions. The Africa Capital Hub seems to be another intervention to help resolve that. Given the same macro challenges on the continent right now, I don't know how you feel about moving forward and if there's any role, if any, for philanthropy in the same.
Thanks so much for the question, the easy question. But just to say that I think there's two views to this. One is kind of the domestic Pan-African kind of view, and one from kind of international investors. And I think as been outlined here, there's a lot of domestic mobile capital that is looking for a home that, if well structured, with an appropriate risk-adjusted rate of return, should flow. And currently what's not happening is the pipeline is not receiving enough work to be able to reach the right investors, and the risk reduction capacity that's already there is not being utilized. And this is precisely why you have a neutral capital hub that can sit there and help facilitate this money to kind of effectively move. But even that will not be enough. It's great that we start to mobilize that. But if you look at almost every transition pathway for countries in Asia, but even redevelopment that's taken place in Europe, there has been a flow of international capital. And if you only rely on domestic capital, you will only get so far. And so the international view is interesting because there are already quite sophisticated hedging kind of instruments already available, but they are quite expensive. And this goes back to the earlier point around what is the real risk of investing in specific countries in Africa, and what is the real perceived risk of investing in certain countries. And there, our advice, and this is why the Capital Hub is so important, is effectively the transition pathway is to show that you're able to access international capital, that you're able to access private international capital, you're able to allow for the flow of capital so money returns to investors overseas, and then you have a virtuous circle, as opposed to currently being stuck in a situation where people have been calling for reform of the United Nations Security Council for quite some time. I think everyone agrees the current situation is suboptimal, but I think the opportunity for Africa and what that capital hub represents is something that we as individuals and the continent can do by itself without requiring systems change.
All right. Thank you very much. If I just move over to Mr. Hubert, as the host of this event and a big philanthropic player on the continent, I think so far, as we were speaking earlier, philanthropic capital has been largely on the social sectors. There's a conversation about what we are having right now, how philanthropic capital can play a role more aggressively in finance. I don't know, from the perspective of philanthropy, maybe you can comment a bit on how you see it moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Nyagazi. Thank you also to the panelists. First of all, I wanted to briefly describe also our activities at SIF. Of course, everything we do is aligned to the well-being of children, with, I would say, key missions around education, health, and yes, I mean, those are the main ones, and cross-cutting missions that are, or aligned missions that are also supporting. So the likes of nutrition and, the well-beings of, I would say, young girls also to have access to educations. But what is, and also water and sanitation, but what is interesting is that climate is now cross-cutting all our missions. And within climate, for instance, as much as we've developed a mission on climate globally, but for Africa, we see that most of our projects, climate is impacting. For instance, if you talk about nutrition, you want to see projects in climate-smart agriculture that will allow, a program in feeding, school feeding program, or improving the income of the farmers, for instance. In water and sanitation, this will be looked at it from the green infrastructure, the climate infrastructure around the facilities within the sanitation. So that is just an example on the importance now of beyond the traditional mission, now that the realities of, for instance, climate has pushed SIF to think forward about solutions on how to integrate climate. But beyond, and I will make the link also with the other panelists, I mean the current discussions, we've been also at the forefront of how do we get closer to not only decision makers, but key topics such as the current ones on the global reforms, the global financial architecture reforms. Since almost a year and a half or two, we've been following the different global meetings around, first in Paris with the Global Pact on Financing. Then we're actually in the same KICC supporting the Africa Climate Summit. And out of the Africa Climate Summit, we have the Nairobi Declaration, which has 4 pillars. One is on MDB reform, and that's also part of the current discussion. The other pillars are on increasing capital at scale and at speed, carbon market development, and fiscal restoration. So that's on the Africa Climate Summit. We've been also involved in various supports of programs during COP28, and we still following our agenda with the recent IDA 21 replenishment, currently the FDB meetings, and soon Summit of the Future and COP29 in Baku. Why am I mentioning those key events? Because it's part of, I would say, a global alignment into how should we use philanthropy capital to support key programs. We have partners on the table here, on the panels, with key programs that we are elevating, one on fiscal restoration, and the other one is on private finance. And the same way, SIF globally works with partners and grantees. There's no dichotomy between the work on policy regulation and increasing access to capital at speed and at scale. In simple language, how do we provide support to an environment that is favorable for investment to flow at an affordable cost, but also at speed? Which comes back to the point of Marx. We are not, or at least we are privileged to have a framework that is less cumbersome, because we are not necessarily governments. We work with government, we work with partners. We have our own, of course, internal rules, but more flexibility than most of the traditional partners. So how can we apply at speed and eventually support projects, ideas, programs that are not necessarily in the remit of the usual interests of partners? Of course, when you think about the usual suspects and the usual interests, there's also a risk perspective that they have in mind that they're trying to mitigate. We do what we know and we go where we know. But here there's an opportunity to add that 1% philanthropy capital into new projects, preparation facilities, or proving that the project actually can reach bankability, or programs that are quite new and help to advance the reflection on how to improve, I would say, the status quo on where traditional partners are not necessarily willing to go. Maybe another point that actually speaks to me is from a climate perspective or from a climate finance perspective, we have what we call the NDCs. The NDCs investments today in Africa, by 2030, we need to mobilized both in adaptation and mitigation close to $3 trillion. And good enough, most of the countries in Africa have been able to submit their NDC plans. But when you look at the total assets under management of MDBs and public development banks globally, we're talking about close to $6 to $7 trillion asset under management. So I'm a bit skeptical, or at least the people we are, the experts we are working with, we are a bit skeptical that how are we able to achieve a $3 trillion investment plan on NDC with the $6 trillion that our MDBs and public development banks have under management. So it can't just be an African Development Bank's business or another fund's business. It has to be a mix of financing parties. So within SIF, we have BWB that we are working with and providing the Africa Capital Hub. Blended finance is really at the center of our thinking around beyond supporting the international development finance work on policies. How do we increase access to capital, but investments by de-risking new vehicles, or designing new vehicles that will allow the de-risking of projects, because the challenges in terms of fundings are quite huge. Just the NDC alone for Africa, 3 trillion. When you add MENA, the Middle East part, we reached 15 trillion, both in adaptation and mitigation. So, and that's between now and 2013. So really that's now where entry points in terms of how do we make philanthropic capital meaningful to support programs, but also to go where risk appetite is low and provide the global solutions that are within our realities and within a time frame that is very little. So I'll pause there.
Okay, maybe a more enthusiastic clap for our panel. I know it's afternoon and we started at lunchtime, but apologies for that. Maybe right now we can take one or two questions from the audience. Anyone that might have burning insight into the particular issue on the table? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Keegan Chalima from Open Capital. We are a strategy consulting and financial advisory firm. My question is on, we talked about project development as a key part of what needs to be done. But the role of philanthropy is, as you talk about it, also coming in to enable that process. But it's a long process. We're talking 10 years, maybe longer. There's twists and turns in that process, etc. So who bears that cost? Because philanthropy and sort of the desire to see results sooner almost sits at a complete disagreement with work and effort that needs to be taken to take that forward. So perhaps we'd love to hear thoughts on that project development cycle.
Who would you like to take the...
Perhaps we'll start with Mark and then invite also others.
Okay.
Thank you, Keegan, for that extremely straightforward question. Okay, so, but you're right. This project development cycle is enormously long, and we were talking about it earlier as well, where if you're really in a market where, let's hope it's not always 10 years, right? But even if it's 6 or 7 years, that's a long time to be tying up philanthropic funding for an uncertain outcome. And you know, and again, the meeting we were having this morning, which was very interesting, that Auda Nepad hosted, which is around energy, the energy sector. These are enormous sums of money that are required. And one of the questions, I think it might have been you who said this, but anyway, one of the questions that was put was, how can we break this very big, almost unrealistic amount of money down into more bite-sized chunks? And I think that is an important task. There was another comment, which I will ascribe to you, actually, Ngasi, which I think is another role for philanthropy. We spoke about, we spoke a little bit about the independence of philanthropists and therefore the challenge function that philanthropy can provide, which I think is really important. But you spoke about project preparation facilities. And the way I look at it is if project preparation facilities are unspent or underspent at the end of a year, I mean, that's an absolute crime. If money has been committed for those project development costs where it's so urgent, and if money is not spent, that's a really, really big problem. And I think philanthropy has a role to play to call out inefficient project preparation facilities and call for them to be either disbanded or reallocated. I think that's actually really important. But it's a complex picture, and I think you know, when you look at sort of what are the inputs into a project that can be invested, it's pretty much everything from policy and regulatory reform. So often projects can't get funded because the regulations aren't in place, down to a lack of financial modeling capabilities, which is quite hard. You know, there is a capacity gap there. So are there mechanisms that we can put in place maybe to share capacity globally around financial modeling and projects, sort of the kind of investment banking processes of pulling you know, sort of prospectuses together and data rooms and things like that. If you talk to a big institutional investor, I remember one of them from, I think it was Citi, saying, you know, I don't want a 4-page sort of high-level concept on a transaction. I want a link to a data room, an online data room, so I can go into that link, and I want to then see 40 folders of data behind that, and that I can then start to evaluate with my debt capital markets people. Well, I mean, that costs $2 million, $3 million, right? But you can understand the point. I mean, these are people with very large amounts of money. We, though, as on the demand side or on the supply side, supplying these projects, we need to up our game, I think, in producing projects that are actually more able to be evaluated by professional investors. We can't expect to extract millions from institutional investors on the back of 4 sides of paper. So it's a complex area, and I think there is the mix of TA and investment capital, which I think can be very, very powerful. And I think increasingly, you know, structures like accelerators and incubators and that sort of thing, I think are very important at that end of the spectrum, as is de-risking at the other. But yeah, it's a complex area and one that I think merits a longer discussion.
I'm happy to kind of follow that, which was a really wonderful answer. Just make 2 brief points. One is, out of Europe, what we have seen is that combination of TA and FA, financial advisory, has been very, very powerful in a neutral place. And that's effectively, you allow for a faster feedback loop and a faster learning process between different counterparties that gets people to a much better place to allow money to move. So there are ways of working that are already being used, and I think that it provides an opportunity. The second is to say that I think there's a role for kind of data and analytics in this. And so very early on, you can provide indications of things that really do look quite promising and then have different pathways. You know, if you have something that only suits public money, there should be a pathway that one follows to be able to access it. If you actually have something that's highly impactful but requires policy change or doesn't quite have the returns, there's your blended kind of path. And we do see things that are absolutely terrific and people just don't know it. And actually there you go through the private pathway. And even having those simple levels of classification really helps to have money move fast.
Right. Thank you. I hope that was sufficient. If we can move to the lady.
First of all, thank you so much for the insights in this panel. My name is Shadal Islam Abdul Mahsan, and I'm CEO of Antroject Ventures. We are specified actually for AI analytics in the energy space. And I have two questions actually for the esteemed panelists here. The first one is, what is the role of philanthropy in technology? We just talked about actually incubators and accelerators and so on. Are we seeing basically more involvement from philanthropy into this? And if so, what is it exactly in Africa, the landscape for that? Because we're seeing more of, again, traditional projects that actually philanthropy is getting in. But when it comes to the technology, we're still seeing really kind of that gap that needs to be basically mitigated very soon, I would say. The next question is around something that Mark also you mentioned just very recently, which is on the fact that most of the development projects are very large amounts coming up from institutional investors, and some of basically the projects are smaller chunks kind of projects. So how do we, again, kind of like have that linkable between the two in order to make sure that at the end of the day, we're having the right place and the right moment for the right project?
I think that was meant for you, Mark.
Well, yeah, I mean, just to pick the second question first, you're right. I mean, I've been talking a little bit about the bigger projects, but there are plenty of smaller projects too. And maybe to come back to Keegan's earlier question as well, and maybe another role for philanthropy is that, and actually Rupesh said the same thing, which was that actually if we can get much better at categorizing what the need is. You know, because I think philanthropists often get frustrated by saying, well, you want our money, but in project development, but for what exactly? And so I think we need to get better at communicating what the different instruments are that philanthropists can back to crowd in capital. So things like challenge funds or things like TA funds to support investment or entrepreneurship development. All of those sort of things, they're very different remedies that apply at different parts of the market. At FSD Africa, we have started to categorize the way we invest. And we have a market building piece, which is really all grants. And then we have an investment arm as well. But within the investment arm, we definitely have a sort of venture building piece here, which has different instruments and different platforms. And then we have a sort of capital mobilization piece, which is much more around how you can connect into the capital markets. But it's still, it's still all about creating an effective relationship between supply and demand, actually, at the end of the day. On technology, which is, I mean, this is, I guess it's in everybody's strategy deck. What are you saying about AI and where do we go with technology? I mean, my sense is that philanthropists are very open to supporting technology and particularly AI, because I think we all know it's going to be groundbreaking. I'm going to slightly duck the question, but to come back to something that I said earlier, though, which was that however bright and shiny and new it is, because technology holds the promise of cutting costs and getting services into areas that that are unserved at the moment. I still feel behind that there is a role for process support to get those technological solutions out there and enjoyed by the masses. So don't get so excited by the solution, but also back the process as well. I think it's really, really important.
I think we'll have Dr. Anand go, then you can go next.
Thank you. It's one of the things that I was debating whether to come in the last round about, which is when we talk about project and bankability and attractiveness. I've seen this over and over again. So, for example, we had at the Economic Commission for Africa, we had climate finance roundtables ahead of COP27, which we had 200 projects that were submitted, which basically were reviewed and feedback were given to those who submitted in terms of what need to be improved. And then there were 16 projects that were shortlisted, okay? And 4 of them have been linked with investors to finance. But one, and this is just one example, one of the things that comes back is there is the complaint that you don't have bankable projects. Then you have a list of bankable projects, and then you hear, but it's too small for us to consider. I think this is a serious issue. By the virtue of the size of many African countries, this is a problem that will continue to exist. So we cannot be just investing so much time and effort to come up with bankable projects and get that answer. So one of the things that we're looking into actually and working on, kind of like coming up with a proposal on this, is creating aggregators, okay, so by which you can actually have a platform, either for the country or by sector, that combines a group of small projects that becomes attractive as a group for these financiers and investors to take on. Because if we don't do that, we're not moving. I mean, there are very few countries and projects in the continent that would have the scale in what we're talking about from an investor perspective or MDB perspective that would qualify. So unless we solve that problem of the size, we are stuck. So this is, I think, a very important issue. And then I wanted to just have a brief reaction on the issue of AI and technology. I think one of the key issues here that we're facing is this reliability of information, whether to issue green bonds or blue bonds or to have a climate project, is that kind of available, reliable data that would be there. I think this is one of the areas that technology can really help us make it less burdensome, lower the cost of doing that, and reduce the risk of greenwashing that many, globally, this is one of the biggest risks about climate finance. Everyone is worried about, okay, do I need to go later on, be fined that these did not meet the standards or whatever. So I think technology can really help in these issues. And lastly, it's a comment, reaction to something that Mark had said before that I feel the urge I need to say that. From a philanthropy point of view, there is a real need to balance between short-term outcomes and the common good of what needs to be done. Because basically we have, the landscape we're in, a lot of things don't get done because you have a short electoral cycle. Okay, those that are in power, and it's all over the world, it's not just in terms of African government, they don't need to deal with the consequences. If they don't finance concessional financing now, it's in 10, 20 years that the governments, and they're not going to be there in office. So the incentive to actually deal with the short-term problem is less. And that's why, philanthropy need to keep the balance and need to have a long-term agenda, because the systems that exist, if I may use the word that Mark has been talking about, the systems that exist are so short-term focused. So we need to have the balance in investing and being patient to get results. Thank you.
I think that those are two really wonderful kind of comments. So I'll just make three, and a great question, so thank you for the question. Let me just make 3 brief points. So on the small project point, we hear that a lot. And what's interesting for the European Capital Hub is that it is pooling together projects, working with institutional investors. And what's interesting is actually, as you pull these projects together, investors are willing to take a lower return as they're kind of pulled together. So there's actually kind of a pricing benefit from doing that. So I think the aggregator kind of point plays to, for example, the Africa Capital Hub piece. The second on the AI, I think the answer, or an answer, is a kind of ecosystem kind of approach. And what one really needs to see is kind of early stage kind of investing that can be supported by, that next stage before you get to kind of capital markets. And that's why I think here there's a role for investors, there's a role for policy, there's a role for kind of taxation. And then the last point, which is perhaps the most exciting, is just to remember that I was in California a little while ago, and a bad idea that someone just made up was valued at $15 million. And that was a terrible idea. And what you have here is the opportunity to price innovation that can be highly impactful and get great investor returns at a completely different kind of starting point. And then what that is really building is kind of a track record, an ecosystem kind of approach. And if you create wonderful upside, as we've seen for some businesses through PE and other areas in Asia, there's going to be a lot of upside. So you're in a great spot, and I'm excited to see what happens.
Thank you. I think, Hubert, you wanted to go at that as well? We're coming to the end of the session.
Yes, so briefly, no, thank you. I just wanted to emphasize on the panelists, but also the question on technologies. You're totally right. Without being self-centered, I think CIF also invested in, supports one of our grantees, Climate Arc, out of, I think they're in the UK and New York. Basically what they do is to aggregate data sciences to improve knowledge about investments, making sure they can track where funds are going, where projects are, and using the technology to support decision makings, especially in climate finance. But that's on Climate Arc. I mean, that's one aspect of the technologies that they are developing. More needs to be done effectively in terms of carbon markets for this various, the same issues that we keep talking about, double counting and, the verification process, the validity. And we have supported some grantees, which they also mandated to advance the thinking on the process. Same thing in terms of climate smart agriculture or risk insurance. How do you support technologies that will get closer to an understanding on weather, the weather forecasts, because it impacts on risk premiums, but also optimally get the products from the agricultural sector to be either optimized and sold at a better price. So overall, technology, you're so right, and this is again a space where philanthropy capital should be dedicated, because it contributes to the long-term plans for investments, rather than thinking short terms about bankability, short terms, or unlocking for just the immediate pipeline, but thinking totally about long term. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can clap for our panel. Sorry, I wish we had more time to discuss this, but I think the next session is about to start. I'd like to thank the panelists for taking the time to appear. I know it was a lunchtime start, so most people haven't eaten yet. But thank you all the same. Thank you very much to the audience, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
I sent an email. Is there going to be half an hour this week? I will be there on Thursday at your. You're coming Thursday morning? Yeah. Okay. Maybe come
Thursday morning, definitely. Escape. So I've got a flight.
tomorrow.
Such a pleasure. Thank you so much again.
So you in October?
Because we are doing a sort of thing to accelerate. In fact, if we could, we'd hire you. You're saying it's so much more eloquent. This evening. So I'm here, I have to be here for a couple of meetings.
I'll send you also maybe next week. Yeah.
I did.
Yes. So I will return WhatsApp.
Please, I would love that. Yeah. Well, it's just half an hour. In Scotland. And then I've spent time with Hungary as well. Okay. So we can exchange it since I'm here. Why not?
Hey, Mark. Thank you so much for the insights. Absolutely. I would love to. Perfect. And then you are based up here in Lake Review, where exactly? Okay. So I'm busting with Dubai, but actually operates more luxury items. And I'm interested to explore as well. Exactly. Yes. So I'm here for this week. We can set some time actually on this week that we want. Okay. I do. Yes. We can have it online as well. Exactly. No worries. I'd love to know more exactly. I'll tell you also more what you're doing and then show you the card. Androgex. Yes. I wanted to say thank you so much, Mark. Thank you.
I'm IMC a long time, and actually I did some consulting for you and women. Work with you on gender finance, gender bonds. Now I'm working with an organization called RELP, and we're starting a fund on climate finance. Okay.
Yeah, this is the former.
Argentine. Yes, exactly. Okay. So I just wanted, since we're here, wanted to say hello.
So you're working. What's the name?
I trust is the name of the fund. Oh, she's on the board. Okay. Excellent. Okay. So my role, since my background in development finance, is starting this fund guarantees for government obligations procuring renewable energy, and because that means capital flowing in is what everyone's talking about here. So
Especially where people can't, especially to deal with the border disputes.
exactly. Yes. Yeah. So
I really like that model. It's a bit
yeah.
like what government geographical Columbia did with microfinance and aggregates. So they had a competitive
Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And try to, and there's advisory that comes with
So I think
it.
that's exactly the sort of thing that sustainable finance stuff should
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Great. So, let's connect and have more conversations. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm sure they'll eat it. Just listening to you, I think, but
Hi. Hey, there are a few thirsty folks here. Would you, is it possible to arrange some water for our family? Oh, there is water here. Vic, were you able to catch up with them? No, I'm gonna mostly go to, yeah. Not now. I have signing ceremony.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mic test 1, 2, 3. Please take your seats. Invite you to take your seats. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to this afternoon's session. I am Vivek Mittal. I lead African Infrastructure Development Association. We are ostensibly the voice of the private sector in energy and infrastructure in Africa. I'm your moderator this afternoon. Just to introduce the panel. So this book, How Cities Are Saved, was written by Herbert Lotman in the 70s. And he wrote in this book that great cities are cities where people visit than is strictly necessary for the functions of the city. So great cities are where people want to go more often than to use the banks and for work and things like that. Now, I don't know about you, but my wife has never told me, let's go to Paris because it's got a great metro system. We know as investors and developers and financiers of cities that actually what makes cities great or otherwise tick are their infrastructure. And infrastructure in cities is typically complicated because it's intertwined. Hospitals depend on water, they depend on roads, they depend on electricity and telecoms and all put together, right? So the opportunity for cities is also unprecedented. All cities everywhere in the world, but particularly for developing countries and particularly for African cities. It is said, actually, the pace of urbanization, the pace of population growth, combined with the challenges of finance, challenges of climate change, of economic challenges, are going to present challenges as well to face up to the opportunity. It is evaluated that in the next doubling of population in Africa, expected in the next 30 to 40 years, the urban population of Africa will quadruple, will go up to 3 to 4 times of what it is today. And that means we'll see entirely new cities, not only the current cities growing. So with that as background, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Boitumelo Musako, Chief Executive of the Development Bank of Southern Africa, to provide us with opening statements. Boitumelo, please.
Thank you, Vivek. I'd like to greet all of you and welcome you to this session where we'll be talking about African cities. Firstly, I'd like to thank the President of the African Development Bank, who will be represented by Solomon Quino in this meeting, and to congratulate the African Development Bank for their 60 years of development, progress, and impact on our beautiful continent. I'd like to recognize the CEOs, industry captains from all financial institutions that are here. I'm actually also seeing Nomfundo, our executive director on the African Development Board, representing South Africa. I'm seeing a lot of, this is wonderful. I'm seeing so many familiar faces here. My dear sister Josephine from IDC, my brother Monale from NDB. It's so great to see all of you. And I want to especially welcome the delegation from South Africa, where we are celebrating 30 years of democracy. This year of celebrating 30 years of democracy celebrates the significant work that the Development Bank of Southern Africa has played in building cities in South Africa. As you all know, South Africa was an apartheid state where people were living in townships and they were living far from where they were working. And one of the key strategies that we adopted as the bank in 1994, we were 10 years into our operations, we've just recently also celebrated 40 years, was to then say, how do we build cities in South Africa? We put in a lot of capacity at the DBSA to ensure that we support cities in their planning with project preparation, finance, and with funding as well. Today, we sit, and we celebrate, the various cities, the city of Cape Town, city of Joburg, city of Tshwane, city of eThekwini, that will also be sharing on their achievements around climate today. Now, the African Development Bank did a study last year that 1.5 billion people will be living in cities on the African continent. Africa is one of the fastest growing continents in the world. Rapid population growth and urban migration has placed immense pressure on resource availability in existing cities and has resulted in the majority of urban populations living under poor living conditions and limited access to sustainable, reliable, and affordable urban services. To support this growing urban population, African cities are transitioning towards sustainable urban development, driven by the application of technology and data solutions to ensure more resilient, inclusive, and safe cities. Now comes the numbers. You cannot attend an engagement on infrastructure without hearing the numbers. There is between $130 and $170 billion per annum infrastructure gap. The opportunities are massive for the continent, with the majority of these investments required in cities. The UN Habitat calls for an urban development agenda that is focused on partnership through the following pillars: policy and planning, prosperity, people, and planet. At the center of the urban development agenda is the objective to improve the quality of life of all residents. And that also means that we should not allow slums in our cities. We should have affordable, proper housing in African cities for Africans to live in dignity. For cities to improve the quality of life of everyone, we require cities and local governments to deliver urban infrastructure and services that are focused on quality, safety, reliability, affordability, connectedness and accessibility, health and wellness, and environmental impact. Our mission as a development finance institution includes advancing development impact in Africa by improving quality of life through investment in social and economic infrastructure. And we, as the Development Bank of Southern Africa, have decided that our number one priority is building smart, climate resilient African cities. And how are we going to do that? We are going to do that through our full infrastructure value chain, through planning, project preparation, through funding, through building, and in maintenance of infrastructure. We are of the view that you cannot build new while you do not take care of what we have. So one of our key value propositions as the bank is to support municipalities with maintenance. We do this through the sectors that we focus on, through water infrastructure, digital infrastructure, transport infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and making sure that in the cities, services are provided, social services are provided by focusing as a bank on healthcare, making sure that there's hospitals, education, making sure that the schools are built, and affordable housing, making sure that the citizens of our country, the citizens of our continent should not find themselves living in slums. And that's how, as the bank, we do this through the value, through the sectors that we have chosen, and also the value proposition that we provide. We have called you today to share on how, as partners, because remember, as we sit here today, we are partners. I say, as institutions on this continent, we are beyond competition. This is a timely day, if I could put it that way, for us to focus on collaboration, and collaboration. So I'm looking forward to the panel discussion that will be held today. I am looking forward to the city of eThekwini sharing its success. This is a city that experienced floods 2 years ago, but remains standing today. Yes, there are challenges, but as you know, within our DNA as Africans, we are resilient. So I thank all of you for making the time to come through here, and I'm looking forward to all of us partnering in whatever initiative, the various projects, project preparation, planning with all the cities across Africa in building a prosperous Africa, in building smart, climate resilient African cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Masako. Next, it's my honor and pleasure to invite Mr. Kayo Mupungose from eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality. He's the Executive Manager from the Office of the City Manager. Please, sir. is going to share with us a snapshot of a smart city project.
Thank you very much to the moderator and to all the leaders gathered here, the CEOs of all the banks, particularly the Bank of Africa Development Bank, and the bank, of course, all other regional banks, and including the Development Bank of Southern Africa, of which were part of the entourage. And we would like to greet all the captains of industry and all executives present. As already stated, my name is Kayo Mpungose from eThekwini Municipality. It's only a pleasure that I also had a stint with the bank DBSA for 19 months when I was heading up the district development model in eThekwini Municipality. In South Africa, there is something known as DDM, which is District Development Model, which was introduced by the 6th Administration in 2019, which basically talks to the three spheres of government having to work together. In the constitution of our land, we have Chapter 3, which talks to cooperative government. And in that context, provincial, national, and the local government sphere have to work together. And it is now an approach that is really gaining momentum. And it's also pleasing to note that we have our president of the country having decided that he really wants to support eThekwini to the extent that we are now having a presidential eThekwini working group established by the president, which has 7 work streams. And the work streams, in fact, are co-chaired by a director general at a national level and a deputy city manager at a local level, at the city level. We are hard at work. Indeed, as the CEO of DBSA was saying, that we have faced a lot of challenges from infrastructure point of view, particularly emanating from floods. We are resilient. We are improving. Yes, our infrastructure has failed us, given the fact that there's rapid urbanization that is taking place, and therefore we were not originally suited, for the kind of infrastructure that we have, given the challenges of growth. But we are getting there. We are doing this not on our own, but with our national and provincial spheres of government. So if you want to see government working together in the context of local government in a city, it is when you go to eThekwini. We were advised by our national government that eThekwini is a space where the city cannot fail, where government cannot fail. Basically, that is how our local government is viewed in the context of South Africa. I don't know if my colleagues there at the back can assist me with my presentation. I would like to also say I have my colleague from the office of the city of the city treasurer as well, who will be part of the panel, and he will be able to expand on the infrastructure as well, to say right now there is the repositioning which is led by the National Treasury in South Africa, whereby the approach of ring fencing all trading services. In the main, it would be water and sanitation. It would be, in our case, electricity or energy. And it would also be when it comes to cleansing and solid waste. So we are in the process now of ensuring that we are moving in that direction. Thank you very much. And we will be assisted in this regard. But it's also important to note that we have really a beautiful city. We have just last week, we were hosting Africa's largest travel indaba in Durban, and we have been doing this for many, many years, and we hope for decades to come to do so as well. And it's a to us, you know, when expansion comes to the level where we have to turn away 200 exhibitors, it actually says it's a huge opportunity. So I'm saying to DFIs, there is an opportunity even within that context. If we had to turn away 200 exhibitors simply because of space, yet around us there is space, and therefore it's an area for growth which we are really planning on it. And I would like to also say, please, with your indulgence, Chair, how many more minutes do I have? 5. Okay. All right. Let's try if we... I would have loved to share a video, but I won't. But of course, you'll get it online. And because we want to say we have what has been introduced by the city manager, which is known as inner city regeneration. You'll understand that everywhere in the world, cities decay. And we have decided then to have 14 work streams, which meet every Monday, actually, because there are 14, it means every Monday we have 7 reporting as to what we are doing as these work streams which are across the city, and then we are reporting as to how we are doing business of the city differently. So we have basically what we also know, the coastline. This is our endowment. Yes, we have the Indian Ocean. The good thing is that the climate is so great. It's you never really experience the cold weather. You go to a warm city, this is the place to be, and it's at eThekwini. The coastline is 100 kilometers. It actually says to you, it's a huge potential in terms of blue economy, and we are realizing that as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, because we're part of the province, we actually have a coastline of 584 kilometers. It tells you that with that coastline, the potential is enormous. In fact, the cities that are fast growing in the world are coastal cities. They are the real cities that are making inroads in terms of economic growth. So that is the focus, basically. So we have a number of projects under the context of Woza Basket, which we are actually looking into, and we are basically having goals of regeneration, and we have economic potential as already stated, and we are a population of 4.3 million, and our budget, annual budget is $375 million US. So we are a city with tremendous growth. Okay, the first project that you can see there, Moses Mabhida, is because in 2010 we hosted FIFA World Cup, and around that precinct there is tremendous potential as well in terms of social amenities, and then the Centrum as well, Formula One racing track. Basically, around tourism alone, there is so much. Fortunately, that is happening, and that is about to happen. Fortunately, as I said, we have work streams also introduced by the president. One of them is actually tourism reactivation, basically, to say we are being supported again in terms of tourism. So we have got those opportunities that are available and can, in fact, take us to the next level. And looking at the beach itself, there is so much that can be done. But let me also hasten to invite you to say on the 17th to the 21st of July, as we will be celebrating Mandela Month, we will also be hosting Resurgence. It's a conference that started in New York City, and it's going to be in Durban on the 17th to the 21st of July. There'll be so much investment, partners, and we will be therefore issuing invitations, and activations are currently underway. But also in September, we'll be having our Blue Economy Festival, which would also include the conference, and we would like to invite you as well. And also it's an opportunity for investment. Also, later in the year, we will also be having Africa procurement in Daba, because we recognize the fact that there are a number of signatories. The last count was 49 signatories to the Africa Free Trade Agreement, and we are saying without a clear blueprint as to how we are procuring across the continent, it's really going to be a pie in the sky. So we're getting to basics and making sure that we're working on it, and we'll be inviting, therefore, DFIs and all investors to be part of this. But there are tremendous opportunities. Let me perhaps stop there.
By popular demand, actually, the video has been loaded. So why don't we play the video?
By all means.
How long is it? About 2-3
About
minutes?
7 minutes, but we can show them.
Yeah, please. Would you load the video?
They are saying it's not happening. I think technology is not on our side. I think it's been intermittent so much.
Not to worry.
Okay. All right. But it will be available to all the delegates.
Yes, we'll have a discussion
Sure.
after the panel discussion.
No problem.
And it'll be lovely to have your input.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Please join me in thanking. Mr. Solomon Koena, from VP of Vice President of African Development Bank, is on his way. He's also supposed to be making some opening comments, but we'll improvise in the context of where we are. Next up, I would like to invite our distinguished guests who will be part of the panel. I'll invite you one by one. Please come and join me on the stage. Take a seat anywhere. First up is Principal Secretary Charles Hinga. He's responsible for the State Department of Housing and Urban Development in Kenya. Welcome, sir. Thank you. After him, Mohan Vivekanandan, Group Executive, responsible for business origination at the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and also a valued board member of AFIDA. After him, Mofokolo Makahara, Standard Bank. She's Executive Head and Regional Head for Energy and Infrastructure for East Africa. Thank you. Next, Stefan Achia, Manager Urban Development from the African Development Bank. Please come and join us. Demba Diallo, Managing Director from Africa 50, and also a valued board member of AFIDA. And finally, Harvard Dlamuka, eThekwini Municipality, Head of Department, Expenditures and Finance. Thank you, sir. May I start with P.S. Charles Hinga. Sir, would you introduce yourself, your work, and in that context, why don't you introduce yourself and then I'll ask you a question, please.
Thank you so much. As you've heard, my name is Charles Hinga. I spent 20 years in South Africa, and there they know me as Charles Mora. Long story though, so we wouldn't have that conversation here today. I'm so glad to see good friends, Mohan, Mujabeng, that I was in school with, and so many of you, so very delighted in Mpokolo. Just want to set a little bit of context, because I think context is important. Kenya, we are urbanizing very fast. We are urbanizing at about 4.5%. And that means we have about 500,000 people moving into the urban spaces every year. At the same time, we have 800,000 students graduating from institutions of higher learning and getting into a job market that does not exist at the moment. You also have the unfortunate situation whereby in this country, our wages or our levels of income are pretty low. Then we have a very interesting phenomenon where land in Kenya, according to the Center for Affordable Housing, they say that land in Nairobi, that is in comparison to other major cities, is the most expensive. So that combination, what does it yield to? Where you have a huge population that is earning low income, living in a place where the cost of land is very expensive. It means that the rental within the CBD isn't affordable, and we start to push people out. And the unfortunate events that happen is that we form informal settlements. So as of 2019, we had 1,422 informal settlements in Kenya. Now, because I said context is important, because sometimes you need to ask yourself what you're solving for, all right? So then there is something which is very unfortunate, which is the plight of the urban poor. What is happening here in Kenya is that as we now then push the poor people out, and these are not lazy people, you're talking about working class. These are your blue collar workers, majority of them. So as you push them out, they end up suffering another penalty. It's called the penalty of poverty. And what does that penalty of poverty entail? It entails, because the land that they occupy, most of it is either private land, meaning that it is very difficult for government to take services to them. So they're paying for water from water barons, and they pay 172% more for water than myself, for example. They pay between 49 and 150% more for electricity, and they pay to use a toilet. There are no toilets, they pay to use a toilet. The women there wake up 4 in the morning to shower because it's a communal shower out in the open. That is the indignity of the people. And so it's very, very important to put a human face to the jobs that we do. And when you think about the way we classify marginalization, unfortunately, they don't qualify as marginalized. Yet, I believe they're probably more marginalized than anybody else in the country. Because they live in Nairobi, and Nairobi is not classified as a marginalized county, for example. So all my urban areas, we don't get any equalization fund that is supposed to go deal with marginalization. And therefore, and then the last point, because I said context is important, here is a paradox. The paradox, especially for Kenya, is that our urban areas are the theaters for economic development. I mean, what a paradox. 70% of the GDP of Kenya is actually made up in the urban areas. So how can you have the wealth of the nation in the urban areas, and at the same time, you have the most marginalized person living in there? By the way, 70% of the urban population lives in those slums. And so that is what we as bureaucrats, we are confronted with. Now, this is a systemic failure. And how do you solve for systemic failure? Systemic failure requires a lot of money. And where is that money? Now, I don't think there is lack of capital, but there needs to be structuring of money so that it can be attracted. And I hope that is what I will be able to get to.
Yes, I mean, we will come to money, but there's some work to do to cast the problem and the challenge. But will you give us an example of one innovation that you're dealing with, these very well-articulated issues that you've laid out?
So, still continuing with the sort of painting for you what is happening in our urban areas. Now, majority of our people, when they come and they settle, they also settle by the rivers, by the riparian area, you know? And you've all seen, it made global headlines in the recent past. It flooded here, and we lost a lot of people. So we have embarked on the regeneration of Nairobi rivers. There are 3 of them. And what happens on our river formation is the opposite of what happens in the most developed area. The river in the most developed areas is the most beautiful place, you know? But in Kenya, we have turned our backs to the rivers. So the development happens facing away from the rivers. And we have been having a lot of the developments, right onto the rivers. Now, one of the innovation that we are coming up with is a part of a social housing program, whereby we have started constructing, and I'll give you an example of an informal settlement not far from here. It's called Mukuru. If you get time, we'll be happy to take you to go see. We're putting up 15,000 housing units that are particularly targeted to these communities that are living in these very vulnerable areas by the rivers. The first phase of 1,082 units is complete, and we will bring them, and we can talk about, we're not just giving them 4 walls and a roof. It is a whole livable spaces that we can be able to talk about a bit later. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Next up, Mohan, may I invite you to say a few words about your work in DBSA, a recent smart city project that you may have taken on. And what is your expectation of the size of the opportunity of smart cities and urban development?
Sure. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, the African Development Bank, for partnering with us and giving us this opportunity as well. For the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the work that we do around urban infrastructure is a very significant part of our focus. About 1/3 of our funding and 1/3 of the technical assistance we provide every year goes towards urban infrastructure, primarily in South Africa, but also in several cities in the rest of the African continent as well. So it's a very important area for us, and hence why we decided to focus on this topic, working with the AFDB in the discussions. Because, I think as many of us know, there's a lot of discussions broadly around energy, on transport as well, but we believe this is an area, we heard the statistic about a tripling or a quadrupling of the population, of urban populations on the continent, and we feel like there isn't enough of a focus there. So it's an incredibly important element. From our side, you're talking about numbers, and we can throw out these numbers because it often speaks to the need more than what's the real opportunity. But I believe of the figure that my CEO mentioned, the $130 to $170 billion, I think the figure seen for urban infrastructure is in the range of about $25 billion per annum. If I'm not...
$25 million. Billion.
Yeah, on the continent.
On the entire continent.
Yeah, 25 billion, yeah. Okay. Right? Now, what we provide is a fraction of that. I think typically we would do about in dollar terms, $300 to $350 million per annum of direct infrastructure with additional amounts that we unlock through the other activities we provide. For us around, if I think about the themes that we're focusing on around urban infrastructure, one of them is very much around mass transit and e-vehicles, right? With the rapid level of urbanization, if we don't get mass transit correctly, we're not going to be able to get the full potential, the economic multiplier effect that cities can provide. So it's absolutely crucial. It's something that we work on. One of the, what we like to believe is a bit of a cutting edge solution there is to work with the taxi industry in South Africa. These are the 14-seat vans that are common throughout the continent. We're working with them to formalize that program, but bringing them on board as stakeholders. And this is a program that we were working with the World Bank on, as an example. Other themes would be around water and sanitation. We've worked with the Green Climate Fund to set up a water partnerships office that primarily focuses on municipal water and sanitation infrastructure. As an example, the majority of South African cities lose more than 40% of their water is non-billed. That either gets lost due to leakages or due to lack of billing. So it's a huge opportunity, and that's something that we're working on. Another is to provide bulk infrastructure so that the top structures can then be financed by the private sector. So pretty much everything we do, we work closely with the private sector. And this is one where, as a DFI, we can come in, try and fund the bulk infrastructure, which then unlocks additional additional...
I'll stop you there because my brain can only handle 3 things at a time. So you said mass transit, water, bulk infrastructure, right? And 25 billion, so that's the 4th factor you'll remember. Mafokolo, from commercial you're with Standard Bank, Stanbic. From a commercial institution's point of view, what do you see as an opportunity? Please tell us a little bit about your work, particularly using an example of a recent smart urban infrastructure. Perhaps you might want to add what makes an urban infrastructure smart, if you have a view on that. And again, comment on the scale of the opportunity from your point of view. Please.
Thank you very much, Vivek. And I think from a scale perspective, Mohan has articulated the market size.
Sorry, I think you need to turn on.
Is this better? Oh, perfect. Yeah. I think Mohan has articulated the market size, and really from an infrastructure perspective, where we see the opportunities really on the reticulation, the water, the electricity, smart metering, solar panels. But really when you talk about urban infrastructure, where we've seen the need from a ESG and a climate efficiency perspective, really is solar panels, so solar rooftops. Purely because you're talking about dense areas where there isn't a lot of land to basically lay out the solar panels. So what we've seen is in Kenya specifically, we have supported an entity called ACON. They specifically provide student accommodation close to the universities across the city. So they have a combination of high-end and low-end accommodation, really, and the real differentiator for them is the number of shared spaces in their two offerings. What they have done and what we have helped them do over time, and which we continue to do as they roll out their portfolio, is to ensure that their energy efficiency usage is really reduced by 30% from the grid and using solar power for all intents and purposes. And really, that part of that standard is also to make sure that housing is affordable. Because in as much as you might build housing units and install supporting infrastructure in the form of water systems and other reticulation, your daily usage comes from electricity. If you don't manage that cost of power, ultimately housing costs and then ongoing costs of maintaining as a household becomes a lot more expensive. So really what we are looking to do is looking at how do you then optimize the limited space within urban areas by optimizing how much rooftop capacity you can actually install to ensure that you at least reduce your power bill by up to 30%.
Excellent, thank you. And do you have a definition of what makes a city smart or an urban project smart? If you don't, that's okay. Think about it, we'll come back to that. But please, if you have, please share it.
It's an interesting one because I think a lot of what we do is really driven by what the structure of most markets looks like. So I will use Kenya as an example because this is where we currently are. You don't have a lot of prepaid systems. So really being smart is about being able to optimize the use of technology in usage. So then you can quantify your usage based on how much you are consuming throughout a day, how much of it is consumed in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. And really in my mind is about incorporating technology to be able to optimize usage and therefore sizing installed capacity and therefore the design of solar rooftops a lot more optimally. Thank you very much.
I'll come back and probe that a little bit. But in the interest of moving on, Stefan Achia from AFTB, would you sort of do the honors in the same respect? Tell us a little bit about a recent urban development project, the size of the opportunity from your perspective, and what makes a city smart?
All right, if I go down a bit on the history of the bank, I think the senior leadership of the bank, they were very clever not to get involved in urban development because it's a headache. It is complicated. It's easier to deal with central government than the municipalities. It's just more complex. It's also political, by the way. So what we do for last 4 years that we set up the urban division, we also approve subnational finance, so we can actually lend directly to, so that's a whole bunch of headache also to get forward, especially on the creditworthiness and all this stuff. And we have to learn a lot from the BSA, and that's what we're going to do about soon. Our leaders are here to sign the MOU. So we get involved in the upstream activity, which is governance, the finance. We do projects, for example, on taxes, property tax, commercial tax, getting that revenue in much better to either to the revenue authority or to la Direction Générale des Impôts in the French system. So the French system is a little different than the English system, just to make sure that they have that they have something called a single account system, and then they redistribute a bit this, Charles can actually talk about this, Permanent Secretary can talk about this. We get involved in midstream activity, which is project preparation. We even have something called Urban Fun here. We have a little bit of fun in it, so we're able to do project preparation on all the fields, mobility, we just mentioned about that, WASH, very much involved, power, social housing, affordable housing is the monster in the room. Right? It's every single country has a massive amount of gaps, and how to close this is a major issue. And of course, the important element is the downstream investment. So what we do is that we do the investment by sector. So you have the transport sector, you have the water sanitation sector, and so on and so forth. If you look at the smart level, lately with the director of WASH for the bank, we visited the European IFAT in Germany. Technology is already here, and in many cases, it's a question of how do we use it. And we need to have leaders that would actually embrace technology. Let me give you a simple example, Abidjan. We've been in Abidjan since the problems of Abidjan finished. The bank moved us in 2014. If we wanted to take a taxi in Abidjan in 2014, the only choice was an old, very not smelling good taxi. Because of technology, the Uber and all the different little friends of Uber, the Yangos and so forth, nowadays it's so much easier to take, and we have brand new vehicles taking us, and it's much easier. Here in Nairobi, we've been moving around a lot with the new technology. That same kind of technology needs to go to the water, sanitation, power, and so on and so forth, especially geared towards the poor. And what PEMSEC Inga also just mentioned a few seconds ago is about it is actually expensive to be poor. And the infrastructure is actually the most expensive in the poorest area. And we need to change this, and infrastructure investment needs to change this very soon because, again, our cities, and you will see from on your table that you have this millions to billions report that we wrote with Big Win, is the mover, the shaker. They are bringing the largest amount of GDP growth. So in many ways, it's very unfair, as you mentioned, very unfair. They bring the big GDP growth, and then sometimes they get kicked to the curb. So it's a narrative that we need to change, and I'm really happy today we're having this partnership with the DBS and the AFDB.
Would you place a dollar figure on the opportunity?
They're in the billions. I mean, we can talk a lot, but again, the AFDB, we're like a Swiss Army knife. We do a lot of investment in transport, a lot of investment in water, sanitation, but it's just that much. And what the VP is always asking us is to be creative, bring the private sector in, so we can learn also from a lot of people here what they are doing and how to partner with them.
So I see a discussion theme forming over here, which we'll come to, which is how to mobilize capital, domestic capital, international capital, commercial capital for the poorest, for the hard to reach, the hard to serve. And we'll get back to that. I think that's the theme we'll focus on later, if that's okay with you. But next, Demba, would you like to contribute your experience, or actually Africa 50's excellent work in the cities and urban space? And we know about Kigali Innovation City in Rwanda. Focus on what is smart for you, what is Africa 50's work, and if you want to bring in a telecoms example, I would love that.
Thank you, Vivian. For sure, I will pick telecom example because when we think about smart, we think about digital. And when you say digital, you have to transport the data, so telecom comes into play. But I will come to that later. So at Africa 50, we are an investment platform, and we are investing in many sectors, which is involved in the cities. Energy, transport, when you say transport, it's road, bridge, airport, mass transit. We are investing also into midstream gas, and LPG, this is part of the conversation. And we are also investing into water. No one touched about healthcare and education. Because if you want to move people, kids have to be educated. And also people have to be catered after on the healthcare sector. And culture and story. These are part of smart cities. And how can we not do anything without entering a story? Because we say that we have to change the landscape of our city. I think we have the example of Durban. But if you change the landscape of the city, and you don't tell this story to the young people, in 30 years they will have to do more than that. How can they know that their elder did that and they can move forward? So it's very important to make history and culture part of the subject that we have to talk about. So Africa 50, I am the head of project development. When we talk about InfraGap, project to invest in, if you want to have private investor coming in, if you want to have lenders from DBSA, standard banks coming in to lend to a project, you have to develop a project. You have to have a project. So this heavy lifting, this is what my team is doing on the project development side, making sure that in the smart city space, that the project that we have, usually which are innovative, we have to build it in a way that make that project bankable. So this is really important. So if this work is not done, then it will be very hard to bring in the private sector. Now, taking my telecommunication hat, we talk about electricity, we talk about water, and other areas. Usually when you say smart, you want to bring digital to make sure that you bring in sustainability, because sustainability is important. We have to build sustainable cities. And by bringing digital in the electricity side, you're bringing, let's say, less cost of operation because you are lowering the working capital for the utilities, where when you go to prepaid electricity. When you go to smart meters, you enable the customers to monitor their bills and making sure that they have the right way of using electricity. So this is very important because they have a daily report on their usage. If you go to water, someone talked about the non-revenue water, the water that is lost into the pipes. So if you bring in smart metering, then you'll be able to monitor as a utility the water that you are not billing. And as a customer, we also have to move the water space to prepaid. And when you say prepaid, you have to introduce technology. But how to introduce technology in transport as well? Security, this means making people know where their next bus is coming and how is the traffic and when their next train is coming so they can get out at the right time. So it's about security and also ease of use. So people will let their car and move to the space. These are really important. And when we think about also healthcare, if you build affordable houses, but like 20 kilometers from the center, whereas you don't have any doctors because you have some small medical center, how do you make sure that those doctors, their skills, are made available for those people living 20 or 30 kilometers from the center? So this is telemedicine. So basically we have digital all around, and ICT is part of the area where Africa 50 also is investing. We invested with Biobab, the MTN subsidiary, in East-West, where we are laying fiber optic cable, linking the East Coast of Africa to the West Coast. And we are moving also into fiber to the X, fiber to the home, fiber to the office, making sure that we make broadband available. This is really important because we have to have this backbone. But on the other side, someone touched about how we can talk to the government, making policies to make available some type of technology like the low power wide area network, which is low power telecom network. Because as we say, you cannot make telemetry in water using 3G, 4G, or 5G. You have to have low power type of technology so that the batteries will last 10 or 5 years. So these are the things that Africa 50 also will be working. The last thing that I want to just say is about Azure, the Alliance for Green Infra in Africa. So this is a 400 million project development that we are raising right now, and this will be mainly dedicated to climate-friendly projects. I talked about sustainability, so this is where the sustainability part. How can we build a transport system, electric system, wash system that are sustainable, that are climate-friendly? And how we can make sure also the development we are doing, like in KIC, are sustainable and they really incorporate the climate change right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you care to guess, hazard a guess or an estimate for the opportunity in smart cities and urban development for Africa?
As I said earlier, I'm coming from the telecommunication world. In '96, we were doing the strategy of the Senegalese telecommunication company. And we estimated the prepaid market at 25,000 max subscriber. No, sorry, the mobile market at 25,000 subscriber at that time.
Per year?
The maximum, the potential.
Oh, the maximum potential, okay.
But we made a mistake because we did not factor in some technology innovation like prepaid. And so now we are talking about dozens, hundreds of millions. That's why I'm very cautious when it comes to trying to project market that are very on the beginning.
Okay.
What we can say is that there is a lot to do, and the only KPI we have to keep in mind is how can we make our people live better? And if we have this KPI, then the number is huge. Thank you.
Okay. Live better is good. Finally, Harvard from eThekwini on the finance side again, would you again introduce your work? And we heard the presentation early on the city. Will you share some of your thoughts on the potential for smart urbanization?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. I think I would just highlight firstly the smart project that we are doing at the city. We currently rolling what we the smart metering. Our city is one of the cities with a loss of water of about 54%. Then what we did then was to start to roll out what we smart metering project. The second one, we've been fortunate to be funded by the World Bank. We're going to be introducing what we call electric buses in the city. I think among in South Africa will be the Ghana peak in that particular aspect. We're also introducing what we call the smart policing throughout the city. We have found that using physical resources to police the city is quite costly and unsustainable. We're therefore putting more of smart policing throughout the city so that the city becomes more smarter. But I think the major challenge when we come to this financing of the project for the city, sometimes we forget that the cities are interlinked. If one district is not financially stable and it cannot raise funding, people in that district will move to other districts. How then do we create a financial model which will ensure that the movement, especially the urbanization, is actually not to this particular level? Because what it does is become so destructive to the infrastructure because the infrastructure cannot capture anymore for their capacity. In the city of Durban, what we're trying to do, we have taken a step to say that maybe the best position we can do is actually to push more investment, especially on the service delivery, water, electricity infrastructure, to what we call the semi-urban or the rural area. Because we're trying to move people out to provide infrastructure to where the people are, so that we can relieve distress then in the infrastructure in the urban area. But the major challenge, colleagues, is that how do you fund, as a commercial funder, the social project? I think that's where the cities are finding it difficult. Because if you're going to invest, put massive investment in rural area, your return of investment is absolutely bad to zero. How do you motivate a commercial case for the domestic funders then to fund those particular projects? I think that's where the engagement must be. The issue of introducing then the guarantee in terms, especially on the rural infrastructure project, is a massive key. I think in South Africa, we need to roll that out. We have to have guarantees for those social projects. Because in Durban, for example, more than 60% of our communication is actually in these particular areas. How then do you roll your capital? How do you sell your case? Because there is no commercial viability for those particular projects. Who then can fund it? Hence, colleagues, de-risking of those particular projects and mitigating and probably funding financial guarantee is a way to go. I think we need to focus more on that. It will help us to deal with the issues of urbanization and so forth. But we are happy then for the city of Durban, we sitting with a credit rating of about AA on the long term with a positive outlook. So we can still get to the capital market and raise sufficient funding. But you fund this thing of going in the foreign country. That's where you can probably get this appetite to get people to fund those particular projects. But those projects are too costly. And that's why most municipalities are being drained down, because the financial commitment for those loans represented in foreign currency is just unsustainable. How do we then penetrate and make our domestic capital market have an appetite to invest in this particular project? a long road need to be taken on how do we improve then the creditworthiness of these local municipalities. There has to be an approach to say that how do we then make them investable case, especially these particular municipalities? How do we balance our social and commercial mandate in the local sphere of government? Because without that, we actually, we're moving cyclical and the poverty is increasing day after day. Thank you.
So that is the key question you've laid out, and very beautifully you set up the next phase of the discussion. So for the next 5-6 minutes, we'll dwell on the financing opportunity and what prevents domestic capital, international, the diversity of capital. It's not just, how do we bring this and how do we monetize the benefits to these faceless, nameless millions who suffer by virtue of not having access to this infrastructure that we've laid out so far. So, Piers Charlesinger, would you expand on the financing challenges and how you in Kenya are dealing with it?
So the first thing that we all agree is that we have a big challenge because the biggest population or the larger population in the urban areas are poor people. They need more services, and it's somehow difficult to fund that commercially. So let me tell you what we've done here in Kenya, and I think I can give you one solution. So I'm an investment banker by profession. So I think the first thing that countries should do is to hire investment bankers. And I'll tell you why. Yeah, you can clap. I'll tell you why. There is a lot that needs to be done to package deals so that they get bankable. Now, there is another paradox. And I'm not a man of paradoxes, but there's another paradox. You see, what I have painted to you about the urban poor being the dominant inhabitant of the urban areas, think about it. Kenya, for example, we've gotten a lot of development partner money, AFDB, World Bank, but in the recent past, we've been classified as a mid-economy. So in other words, the soft money that we used to get is no longer available. So now we have to go out there and try and get money. It's a bit more harder. So this is what we've done. We looked at the economies of housing. And I think this is something that we need to pay attention to. Because the minute you look at the economies of housing, you start to come out with solution to a rather very complex sector. We disaggregated a house into components. And when you disaggregate a house into components, if you deliberately create a large program, you start to leverage large economies of scale. And so therefore, instead of saying, I want to sort out affordable housing, we are actually sorting out a jobs problem. How? Let me give you an example. The demand of lifts in this country, annual demand is 800. Last week, Friday, I closed on 19 projects, housing projects, on average of 2,000 units. That's going to be almost 40,000, and I require 2,700 lifts. That is one program. Cement. I was talking to my friend Mpokolo who said, I said, why are you not funding housing? They said, no, but we are funding cement. Which I think is the right way, because we have almost 44, our program, 200,000 units a year is about 44 million bags of cement. Now you're talking about the economies of housing. So this is what we've done in Kenya. Very painful and in a very noisy way, I'm sure you've been following up. We've established a housing levy, which is 1.5% of your gross income and 1.5% contribution by employer. Now, let me tell you what that has done. And it's all the noise now is subsiding, and I am already collecting. And I am collecting $72 million a month. Let me repeat that again. I'm collecting $72 million a month. So I have instead of having a talk show I want to take advantage of this forum here and invite these development partners because I have a good problem. What is my problem? Last week, Thursday, I was before Parliament and I presented my 3-year plan. In my 3-year plan, I have 405,000 units. I can tell you where they will be. I need $4.2 billion for that program. But at $72 million a month, I am collecting $850 million a year. So why don't you come, we sit down and talk about leverage? Because I want to build those houses very quickly. But instead of taking the levy and sinking it into construction, I would rather gear that money 4 or 5 times. And because the levy, there is no cost of capital to that levy. I can be able to blend it with some DFI money and then bring in the commercials. So I believe that there are solutions to these problems. So as we speak right now, so that it's not a story, I know I like telling stories, but this is no longer storytelling. Under construction since last year. We are going to change this country. We are going to change, you know, the way we talk about Singapore 60 years ago. This country, the skyline is changing. We have land. We have provided land at no cost to the buyers. We have taken out VAT, which is expensive for us in the construction sector because it is a cash flow tax. We have provided funding instrument through offtake guarantees to the buyers so that there is no discrimination. And what we've done is that we've actually re-engineered this program. I've gone to the person in the slum and I asked, how much money are you paying for rent? And they say they're paying 3,200 Kenya shillings. So with my investment banking background and financial modeling, I've got all these guys and they've reworked the numbers. And now I have a unit for someone in the slum to get out and get into a unit, they pay the same 3,200 shillings. This is doable. And it's not just putting them in a box. We are actually giving them a lifestyle. One of our program has a swimming pool, has a clubhouse.
So we would love to keep. We need a dedicated 2 hours with you on this. But in the interest of time, please a round of applause.
But hire an investment banker, please. I'm telling you, you'll thank me later.
In a few minutes, I'm going to open it out to the audience for Q&A. But let's just chase this down a little bit. Mofokolo, would you talk about the opportunity of how would you tackle? Of course, I mean, you live and work in Nairobi. You experience the problems, not from your own personal level, but you see others around you. You have colleagues, you have staff in your bank that actually faces this problem as well. What is the solution for bringing commercial capital into solving this challenge of banking the unbankable, so to say?
And I think the answer is scale. And the beauty about scale is that it can give you a combination of high-end, medium-end, and low-end. Whether you like it or not, you're going to cross-subsidize. Whether you're subsidizing through taking your $78 million and putting it as cash up front and not being able to leverage, those are trade-offs that you've got to make in the market, right? Or whether you provide that $78 million and say it's a first loss piece, if there is a default on the lower segment of that scale, then this is when you call it. So it's really about being creative about when you've got scale, how do you then compartmentalize that scale in terms of what are your affordability ranges and in terms of what are your price units and who are you serving? Okay. I mean, from the underserved perspective, the reality is you are going to subsidize them, right? So you'd probably want a mixed-use development which has a combination of residential, commercial, to also then bring a reality about where the primary source of those cash flows are going to come from and how much of those cash flows are sticky to be able to support any debt you're going to be raising against a particular development.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take that. And are there any interventions in relation to this issue of scaling finance for the unfinanceable or the difficult projects? Please have a think. In the meantime, start preparing your interventions in the audience as well. Mohan, would you like to say anything in relation to this issue of articulating what the benefit is, who pays, and how do we securitize it? That's essentially the breakdown of this.
Yeah, traditionally the financing that we've been providing in the municipal space has been through the balance sheets of, the small minority of municipalities in South Africa that are able to borrow and then deploy the capital. Because ultimately, as financiers, you need to work through an entity, right? And I think it's a model that's worked well historically, but a number of our municipalities are now facing challenges, and we're finding that we're not able to do that as much. Hence, we've now had a bigger push on what we're calling alternative financing solutions, more ring-fence structures, more project finance. But the reality of those is they take time. And so it goes against this issue of scale that Mpokolo was talking about, that it's difficult to get a lot of that done unless you have subsectors where changes in legislation is driving significant amounts. We've seen that happening in the energy sector, as an example, in South Africa. It's now flowing through to energy through municipalities as well, where they're able to effectively buy from IPPs, similar to the commercial sector. So that's one area. But it is a challenge. Well, one of the other things we're trying to do, work with our development partners, including the AFDB, is try and get more of this through the capital markets as opposed to bilateral borrowing. But even then, it ultimately goes through the balance sheet of the municipality. So, the real challenge is going to be able to find sectors, verticals, where within urban infrastructure, you can still have private entities that take the lead and be able to capture consumer demand, come up with solutions for that.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So on that note, I'm going to open it to the floor. If you have a pressing, I see a friend of ours, Curtis Lockhart from Charter Cities Institute. Curtis, would you like to tell us a little bit about your work and specifically respond to some of the issues here? Why don't you stand up so that somebody can see you and bring you the mic? You're developing a university in Zanzibar. So let's start with that.
Yeah, thanks, Vivek, and characteristically fantastic moderating, Vivek. Well done. I've talked to several of you. I was here in Nairobi not a week and a half, 2 weeks ago with PS Hinga signing a partnership with the State Department for Housing and Urban Development, so it's fantastic to be back. Yeah, as you know, I'm executive director of the Charter Cities Institute. We're a research organization and an advisory organization based out of Washington, D.C. Long and short of it is we help focus on and create new cities. So there is this theme, I think, common across several of you. Urbanization across the continent is unfolding extremely, some would say, unprecedentedly rapid across towns and cities across Africa. Some cities and towns growing at 4 or 5, some 6% per year. And this creates huge urban demand and oftentimes not enough supply. So we're focusing on new cities. This is in response to a few challenges. Number one, that speed and scale of urbanization that I just alluded to. Number two is the significantly lower levels of income at which urbanization is happening across the continent. And so the kind of facts that I've discussed with Vivek about this issue of low income is, if you look back in history, the US hit 50% urbanized at incomes per capita of $7,500 per person. That was around 1920. You fast forward to the late 70s in Asia, South Korea hits the same level of urbanization, 50%.
Curtis, would you get to the ACS, please? ASC.
Lower levels of income. It's happening at lower levels of income. That's the thing. And then what we're working on is bringing in and attracting anchor tenants to these new city developments. As Vivek alluded to, we're bringing a university to a new city development in Zanzibar, and then a university in Zambia, and a couple other new city developments in Nigeria. So that's a bit about our work. And then, of course, with the new partnership with PS Hinga and his team, working on refugee cities, as well as the Kenya Urban Support Program, which we're very excited about.
And so anchor tenants as a way of promoting or providing that revenue generation and the financial stability to anchor infrastructure around that. Okay, thank you. There was a comment there first, and then here. Please make them quick, because we do need to wrap up in very shortly. There's an MOU signing that is pending. Please.
Hi, my name is Mustafa. So I'm the chairman of SF Group, which is a Pan-African investment and finance group. My question is to Mpokolo. It's an old friend. I haven't seen for a while. The question I have is, DBSA is doing a great job across Africa. We've worked with them supporting African projects a lot across Africa. Having them sometimes take risk that even local African banks are not taking, which is a great thing, and I want to thank them for that. But also the other issue we are facing, in which I always said for Africa to succeed, South Africa must lead. And I've always think that the South African banks, commercial banks, they're doing things, but I think they could have done more. And I think a combination of South African banks with DBSA, because it's a DFI, we know DFIs have several leverages when they fund the project in Africa, especially public sector.
Sorry, what's your question to her?
The question to her is, why are we not having a certain level of partnership between South African Bank and DBSA? Because I cannot understand DBSA will have appetite in certain projects in certain countries and commercial South African banks wouldn't, whereby European banks, for example, would have appetite in those markets. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm not sure that's entirely true, but I'll leave it to you to respond.
It's true because we are facing it. It's not something we're thinking. It's something we're living in a day-to-day basis.
Fair enough.
I'll try and answer the question, but I think if you look at a lot of transactions which have been closed in most African markets, they've been closed in hard currency. And that's really the crux of what makes it unaffordable, because your primary user is probably earning local currency and then servicing their utilities or servicing their mortgage in local currency. But the institution that's providing that mortgage then needs to enter into a swap, which is very expensive, to then service the hard currency debt that they've raised to create the liquidity to be able to fund whatever mortgages that they're funding on the ground. So that's really the crux of the matter. And that's because in most African markets, the depth of liquidity is not generally available to find the scale and size of projects. South Africa has a very deep local currency market, and probably why it's been successful from that perspective, right? But if you begin to look at the conversations we are having with a lot of DFIs, is to say, how do we not only have blended finance instruments, but how do we begin to look at moving away from hard currency? In fact, Mohan has given me a task which I need to answer him by Wednesday, about what the size of our infrastructure book is that's funded in local currency. And very small, because the market dynamics have been such that developers and promoters have been international. They want international returns to meet their seed capital. But until you have local developers who are then crowding in local pension fund monies, I think we have a structural problem across most African economies.
So we have a solution for that, and that's very well articulated, but that's for further discussion. I have room for one question, and this gentleman was here first. So over to you, and please make it a pointed question, if you will.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Mark Watoom. I'm the chairman of the Vision 2030 Fund. We're young, up and coming, but we've heard a lot of themes here to do with sort of the more advanced hard capital scale is a common theme. And we also heard about the juxtaposition where these scales are sought in the same sites where there's rampant poverty, the most poverty. So that inequality continues to perpetuate. But when we talk about the need to bank the unbankable, this is a capacity development problem. The unbankable and the unbanked.
Sorry, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Please.
How about we have a conversation? Can someone please respond to the idea that entrepreneurial empowerment ecosystems, not investment bankers, but venture capitalists who focus on early stage innovations sourced from these populations, may actually be the answer here?
Very good point. And on that, can I have a rapid fire intervention from the panel on mobilizing capability and capital and the role of incubators, which, as some of you know, we run along with AIF at African Development Bank as well. Let's start with you, Stefan.
What's really good about those kind of events is that I think finally commercial bank, local currency commercial bank and development bank understand that there's money to be made, or at least to be lent, debt or obligations to cities, primary and secondary. So, but to get this done, And South Africa is a bit of a special case because of history and.
We don't have time.
So wait.
Please.
On this one, so we just closed, for example, a deal in Morocco with intermediaries, for example, about 100 million euros with the Fonds d'équipement communal. But that means that the regulatory system is right. So to get cities getting and be able to borrow, they need to be prepared. And that's one thing the bank is doing, and we have a fund that is enabling the cities to get their regulatory systems in order so they can actually borrow.
Mohan?
Well, from our side, we're primarily an infrastructure-focused bank, hard and soft infrastructure. So that's been our focus. So I think to answer Mark's question, what we've tried to do is partner with other DFIs and other entities that are able to make these kinds of smaller ones. So as an example, in South Africa, we worked with the National Empowerment Fund to provide a 250 million rand facility for them to go in and reach into what we call the township economy.
Okay.
Because we know that we weren't necessarily well set up to do that. So that's another mechanism that we're using to support these kind of entrepreneurial economies.
Thank you. Pierre Singer, in the shortest possible words, how are you promoting entrepreneurship and capacity building?
I used to be a preacher, so it's very difficult to be brief. I'm joking. What we are doing, again, going to the theme of leveraging, disaggregating a house into components, we have 69 components that we have designated as local. So for example, our flagship house here in Park Road, all the doors were made by the SMEs. And initially they had problems of financing, but when they have an opportunity, solutions come in. So there are so many opportunities along those lines.
Fantastic. Mofakola.
So I'm talking about incubation and...
Incubation early stage. Is that, it'd be okay if you say it's not relevant to you.
It's not really in our space, but we can partner, provided you don't have constraints on your limited capital.
But would you come in and give people an idea of what they need to do to get to a place where they can get finance from Standard Bank?
I think it's about building the experience and track record. Really, that's what it is.
Fair
Venture
enough.
capital, it's a bit too risky for us as a commercial bank.
Experience and
But if
track
you've got the track record and experience, we can begin to talk.
Demba, you're all about capacity building and early stage development.
Yes, definitely. What I wanted to say is that if you want these innovators, these small companies that need venture to flourish, they need the right infrastructure. If they don't have the right energy at the right price, or the right broadband price, or the broadband available, they will go nowhere. Really, my job really is really to build the playing field so that they can flourish once they have the financing.
Thank you very much. And the final word, Howard, would you talk about, again, building local capability?
I think we can do it through the supply chain process. We need to ring-fence supply chain to actually promote local or township economy. Through supply chain, we can do that. If we take 30% of each and every project and dedicate to up-and-coming enterprises, we can make a huge difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking my esteemed panel. Please, thank you very much. If you could take your seats there, may I invite Solomon Kwena, Vice President responsible for infrastructure and industrialization at the African Development Bank, to make his comments. That'll be followed. You just want to sign? You don't want to make any comments? Okay. Brief, and then we'll go to a signing of an MOU between DBSA and African Development Bank, and final comments from Boitumelo.
Okay. Vivek, thank you very much for the opportunity. Stefan, who works with me. Mr. Moses, how are you? I was a bit surprised to just see you there. Stefan, who works with me, has already talked a lot about what the African Development Bank does. Charles, I'm an investment banker. We need to sit down. I like the story. There are lots of things we can do. We can securitize, the $78 million a day, and we can find a way to actually raise the right funding in local currency. We'll provide AAA, global guarantees. Of course, Mkola, if it crystallizes, it becomes a dollar obligation. Okay. But we're still looking for pure local currency solutions. But institutions like ourselves are doing less in terms of putting a balance sheet out in terms of loans, and rather trying to provide guarantees. Who has heard of the $2.5 trillion story in Africa? Raise your hands. If you aggregate sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, life insurance investable pools, collective savings, across Africa, we estimate that that is about $2.5 trillion worth of assets under management. Where are they mostly invested? Government bonds, government treasuries, right? What is that mostly funding? It's funding recurring expenditures and not capital expenditures. So we need to find a way to really turn things around and start to really channel those funds into the productive sector, into infrastructure, into industry, into affordable housing, into social housing. I like what you said, into mixed use housing, because we need to have some sort of cross-subsidization model, because you also don't want to build, as my boss says, there's no five-star slum. Yeah? You don't want to build big slums. You want to actually build mixed-use properties so they hold value, and they become really also a currency for investments. Look, we've helped create Damana Guarantee Company here in East Africa. Part of the reason we've done that is we're trying to create African institutions that can provide the guarantee wraps for you to do some of the interesting securitizations you're thinking about on a pure local currency basis. So my point is there's capital here, but those are your and my retirement savings, right? So we want them protected. So the appropriate guarantees are going to have to come into place. In addition, what do we all want? We want housing, right? So if there's a way in which we can structure, maybe some part of our collective savings to be able to seed affordable and social housing, these are things that we can do. But let's go back to really the point around cities. Part of the reason that we are looking at cities, and we're going to learn from Boitumelo and the DBSA team because they've been doing this for a long time, we've been doing public sector financing and private sector. But subnational financing is really a new area, and so this is part of the reason we're going to sign this agreement with Boitumelo and DBSA, because we believe in partnerships. We are not going to go far on our own. We may think we're going fast, but we're going to go far together. So that's part of the reason we're going to come and sign this. And for the young man who was talking about the youth ecosystem, when I heard Vivek probing about SMART, what is SMART about cities? For me, it's building really that ecosystem that allows youth innovation, especially in tech and tech-enabled, in creative industries, in agriculture, logistics, etc., that can effectively create disruption. So for us, this is part of the reason that we're launching the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks across different countries. That ecosystem, I mean, what is tech efficiency about? It's really about, or what is smartness about when we think about cities? It's about bringing efficiencies that essentially lower the cost and deliver value-added services. So we're very interested in that. And by supporting you, you would actually give the cities new solutions that they haven't thought about that brings about the efficiencies across the system. But anyway, I didn't have any planned comments, but we're definitely, very interested in subnational, financing, because ultimately, infrastructure services are being delivered at the subnational city level. That's part of the reason we're looking at it. But I like the way, I think somebody on the panel said, it's also about jobs, right? Because ultimately, when we look at development, the whole sequence on infrastructure is not an end to itself. It's really a catalyst towards job creation and improving the quality of lives of Africans. So that's all my comments. Thank you.
Stay on stage, stay on stage. Boitumelo, may I invite you to join Solomon and conduct your signing, please?
Thank you very much. And to close, Boitumelo, may I invite you to make final closing remarks? We'll bring them on as soon as you finish.
Thank you, Vivek. I'd like to especially thank Team DBSA and the AFDB team for making all of this possible. Thank all of you for being here today. We've had very fruitful discussions, and I really think we walk out of here challenged on what we are going to be doing in building the smart, climate resilient cities in our various areas. You know, when we think of capital, I'm looking at my brother Ace, who's in the audience today, about the opportunity that is there in institutional investors to be a part of this. So all of us have to make sure that we partner, we join hands in making sure that we can really realize this great opportunity. Only Africans can build Africa with partners that are willing to support Africans in its aspirations. I thank you.
Please stay here. We'll take a picture. May I invite all my panelists and Solomon. Please, let's take a group picture. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll say thank you very much for being here. There's lots to discuss and action over here. And I'd invite you to attack all these people who have lots of money and ideas and capabilities with all your ideas and capabilities and money.
Okay. So, I created the first investment bank. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I created, yeah. Listen, it is still there. But Cambridge, well, in Kenya, very why I'm very interested is I want to figure out some model, it's a India because I'd like to take hold of some strategy. Yeah, well done. Well done. All right. Yeah. He's still based on love to. I would like to tell like stories. I've been looking for the whole value chain. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay.
Hello, 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 hello. Let's kindly take our seats. We'll be starting in the next few minutes. Thank you very much.
Check, check. Hi, everyone. Please find your way to your seats. The program starts at exactly 5:30. Hi. Huh?
Mzuri sana. Because it's
Right, please have your seats. We'll start at exactly 5:30. Our special guests will have the front seats. Diana, huh? All right, okay. One, two. That's it.
All right, the media expert. What are you announcing today? How are you? Okay. Okay. How are you? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. The people at the end there, Jide, the people there, good afternoon. All right, it's been a very long day. Dr. James, it's been a very long day. So, to make sure we are all on the same page and extremely energized, let's play a game. I'm going to mention from A to Z. If you've been to one of the sessions, you know that's how we always start to make sure we're fully energized. I'm going to start from A to Z. When you hear the letter, mention an African country. The only trick is you start with African countries to also know who's heavily and well represented in the room. Can we go? A. Good. B. C. D. E. F. Yeah, when they play the World Cup, all of them are African, so France is fine. G. H. We're sending our people to Haiti. Might as well mention Haiti. I. It's Cote d'Ivoire. Hey, the Francophone people have come out. Okay. J. Jamaica is also pretty close. Okay. K. L. M. N. O. Our Francophone people, not Uganda. O. P. Q. Direct flights to Qatar. R. S. Well represented. T. U. V. W. Aha. X. Y. Z. Well done. Well done. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. My name is George Ndirango. I'll be your host and moderator for the day. We have only 1 hour. So that means for everyone coming to speak, please, extremely concise and extremely precise. Africa is right at its cusp in its economic trajectory. We're well aware of the continent's resources. We've talked about the continent's population. We've talked. You guys have been at summits. We're well aware of the continent's potential. So much of what is being discussed is not new. We, however, have a consistency and sustainability concern because of our financial needs as Africa. As we speak, there's still heavy reliance on governments, of course, to fund some of the projects that we're doing country to country. Even for the intergovernmental bodies and those that are supporting the countries, there's still a lot of reliance on governments. It's crucial to have alternative avenues to get that cash injection, primarily from the private sector. And don't forget, our needs as countries keeps changing and they keep growing. And that's why we're here today. AFDB has played a crucial role in bringing all the stakeholders together. You can see them on the poster here. You'll hear reference of the Africa Club and AAMFI. Don't get confused, they're all the same. The Africa Club, as we'll hear with our opening remarks, is made up of the Africa Finance Corporation, the African Export-Import Bank, the Trade and Development Bank Group, TDB Group, African Reinsurance Corporation, African Trade and Investment Development Insurance, Shelter Afrique Development Bank, and ZEPRI, PTA Reinsurance Company, all of whom we'll hear from within the 1 hour that we're here. Within that same breath, we'd like to make sure that the session is as fruitful and energized as possible. So we'll have 2 opening remarks, and then we'll get into a quick in-depth discussion with some of our special guests who are in the room now. So, are we good to go? Just give me a thumbs up if we're all on the same page. Thumbs up. We won't start. Please, thumbs up. Fantastic. All right. Our first speaker, Professor Benedict Oramah, is the president and chairman of the board of directors of Afreximbank and chairperson of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, AAMFI, which we are calling the Africa Club. Please, let's give a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, the MC. Your Excellency, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, represented here by Vice President. Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, the Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals of the African Union Commission. Honorable Ministers and ambassadors here present, our colleagues, the heads of African multilateral financial institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm privileged and honored to have the opportunity to address you on this important occasion. Allow me to first of all congratulate His Excellency Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, and his team on what we are certain will be a successful annual general meeting of the Board of Directors of the African Development Bank Group here in Nairobi. That could mark yet another successful year for the African Development Bank, a pioneer institution that has become a systemic part of the global development finance landscape and a key pillar of the continent's development journey. Allow me to also thank President Adesina and his team for graciously agreeing to host this side event at the annual meetings. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this event is organized by the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, also called the Africa Club. The alliance was launched by African heads of state on the margins of the 37th ordinary session of the Assembly of the Heads of State and Governments of the African Union on the 17th of February this year in Addis Ababa. The key purpose was to create a platform for all of us, the African multilateral financial institutions, to work more closely together towards the attainment of our common mandate. We look up to the African Development Bank as our guide and pillar of support in this effort. The alliance is made up of African multilateral financial institutions, which are institutions set up by treaty by African states, also controlled by African states, in response to the inadequacies of the existing global and continental financial architecture. The members of the alliance include today the African Finance Corporation, the African Export-Import Bank, Trinidad Development Bank Group, African Insurance Corporation, African Trade and Investment Development Insurance, and ZEPRI, the PTA insurance company. We also have a number of our other colleagues who have an application in the process to join. These institutions have matured over the decades with a collective balance sheet of about $65 billion deployed specifically to address the critical trade and investment gaps across the continent. I must point out that the African Development Bank was a key player in the creation of some of the African multilateral financial institutions who are members of the alliance, including the establishment of Afreximbank, which was championed by the ADB. In addition, the African Development Bank is a key contributor of capital and major shareholder holding institutional board seats in several of these multilateral financial institutions, including Afreximbank, TD, the TDB, and others. In addition, these African multilateral financial institutions already collaborate with the African Development Bank on a broad range of financing and development initiatives across the continent, serving complementary roles in financing the continent's development and also supporting the activities of the private sector. In this regard, the Alliance hopes to further expand the scope of collaboration with the African Development Bank in fostering African capital to finance strategic projects and initiatives under the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Alliance's formation underscores the collective commitment of its members to support Africa's self-reliance and sustainable economic development, leveraging homegrown solutions and resources for the continent's transformation. The Alliance aims to deepen collaborative efforts to address Africa's development and finance needs, promote the interests of member states, advocate for Africa and global finance issues, support sustainable finance strategies, and play a key role in debt management negotiations that our countries go through. It also aims to develop innovative financial solutions to support the business and economic activities of the African private sector, including the pooling of capital and expertise to finance cross-border infrastructure development projects that will facilitate inter-African trade and support the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. It is therefore befitting that the theme of today's event is on the mobilization of finance for the development of the African private sector. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to end on this note and thank you for your kind attention as we engage in the discussions on mobilizing finance for private sector development in Africa. I wish us an engaging and interactive session. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Let's keep it going. Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Trade and Industry at the AU Commission.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. As you are giving us the examination before the start of this session, I was wondering if you were going to give us diplomas or degrees. Now, I'll write on the salutations of my brother, the chairman of the board and president of the African Development Bank. I'll simply remove my name and say all protocols observed. If you look at the theme of this year for the African Development Bank, Africa's transformation, the African Development Bank Group, and the reform of the global financial architecture. There is very, very clear. We have the duty to transform Africa into an economy that is prosperous, in an economy that ensures that everybody, every African, benefits from the process of inclusive growth and sustainable development. And when you look at the African Development Bank Group, we can make it broader by bringing all the Pan-African multilateral development banks and other financial institutions and indicate that finance is key to Africa's transformation. And when you look at the reform of the global financial architecture, it's also very, very clear that for Africa to transform, we need a conducive continental environment, and we also need a conducive global environment. So the issue of global financial architecture is a key aspect of the G20. And Africa is now a permanent member of the G20. We have a working group which is called the Working Group on the International Financial Architecture. And the question of reform of the global financial architecture is very, very key there. And the African Development Bank is very active, like all other multilateral development finance institutions across the world. So it's a very, very timely theme. And then we look at the title of this event this afternoon, Mobilizing Finance for Private Sector Development in Africa. And here the message is very key. If Africa has to transform, we have to find ways of enabling the private sector to contribute. And as they contribute, they must have a return on investment. So the policies and regulations that governments come out with should be conducive to the participation of the private sector in Africa's transformation. And all over the world, governments are realizing that public finances are not enough. We need to bring in the private sector. And in the African situation, I could not recall the figure now, because one of the problems I face is that I'm running from speech to speech, speech to speech, and I end up giving wrong figures. But the fact of the matter is that in a given year, a lot of money that belongs to the African private sector, just like the money which belongs to the sovereign wealth funds, the pension funds, the mutual funds, is held abroad. It's not being invested in Africa. The question, high returns but high risk. So how do we create a playing field where we ensure that the private sector should have confidence in investing in Africa and their money will be safe? Those are the ideas that we look forward to you giving us this afternoon. But as I listen, let me also share with you that the African Union is also contributing to mobilizing private sector resources across the continent. One of the activities we have come up with is the establishment of a Pan-African stock exchange. It's going to be a virtual platform. Right now, work is underway to see how it is going to work, and about 9 countries have joined, but we hope that over time, it's going to spread throughout the continent. And another mechanism we are coming up is operationalization of the African credit rating agents. For it to work, the rating agents should be undertaking ratings across Africa. And for it to do ratings across Africa, we should have an African capital market. And the Africa Club is a contributor to the development of the African capital market. So, let us transform Africa. Let us mobilize funds, finances from the private sector to transform Africa. Let us build an African capital market. That way, we shall create the Africa we want. Just before the speech, 2 of my colleagues I was seated with said, Africa is resting on potential. We don't have means of transforming that potential into achieving what we want. I would like the private sector to play a critical role in Africa's development. What are we going to do to ensure that it does that? That's a question I pose to you, and I rest my case. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Okay, so let's keep it going. We'd like to have the panel discussion now. When I call you on stage, please kindly join us. Samaila Zubairu, President and CEO of the Africa Finance Corporation and first Vice Chairperson of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions. Anyway. Okay. Admasu Tadese, Group President and Managing Director, Trade and Development Bank Group. Hope Morera, Managing Director and CEO at ZEPRI, PTA Reinsurance Corporation. Tiaruno Habib Han, CEO and Managing Director, Shelter Afrique Development Bank. Manuel Moses, CEO, African Trade and Investment Development Insurance. And Dr. James Mwangi, Group Managing Director and Group CEO of Equity Bank Limited Group Holdings Limited.
Okay. Dear panelists, Dr. James, okay. We've made an agreement. We'll make it precise and concise. Yes? Fantastic. All right. Samaila, we'll start off with you. We've been to 1 million of these. Even when I started my journalism career ages ago, we sat with you on a panel. So we've been to many of these. Nothing is new. But let's discuss some crucial issues. Some financing structures on the continent are very complex. We are talking about a system that starts from payment in cash, payment to merchants, payment by card, trade development bank. So very complex. But we're discussing almost where the value chain starts. Please just give us very precise and concise partnerships that you've seen work that will then guide even as we continue with this Africa Club.
Thank you very much for that. And again, I want to acknowledge African Development Bank for hosting us and co-convening with us. And of course, our chairperson, Professor Rama, and His Excellency for their very wonderful remarks. So I think that the way to make this very relevant, I'll just tell you a just very short story. 20 years ago, I used to be the treasurer for Dangote Group, and we wanted to build a large cement plant. It was $1 billion. And it took me, or it took us, something like 2 years to be able to mobilize $480 million. As soon as that plant was commissioned, we were going to launch the expansion program that was going to take us to 2 other African countries. And we raised $1.6 billion in 2 months. See the difference. Now, we were able to raise that $1.6 billion in 2 months because, one, the plant that we built was already operational and we could generate $400 million from within. And it was easy to raise $1.6 billion from Nigerian financial institutions. This just gives you an example of what strong financial institutions mean and the impact they can make. So how do we do this? What kind of partnership works? The partnerships that work is the realization that we must unlock, retain, and capture value on the continent by moving away from exporting raw materials to finished goods and processed goods. If we continue selling raw materials, we will perpetually be poor. There will be no savings that we can generate. We will never realize our potential. Once we can move through import substitution, through primary industry, through primary processing, to unlock and structurally transform our economies, we build the base, we create quality jobs that we can mobilize as savings in the economy. On the back of the institutional savings that we're able to mobilize, we can build capital markets that allow us to de-risk opportunities. And on the back of that, we can accelerate through further growth of the economies. So the way to do it is very simple. First, we must unlock, capture, and retain value on the continent. The second thing,
As we do that, we create quality jobs and we create savings, which we must save to reinvest in further industrialization of the continent, educating our people, enhancing the quality of our human capital, and building deliberate research institutions that allow us to build capital markets, allow us to further transform our economies, and then on the back of that, we would see far more growth. We would see the partnerships that we require to do. Now, one final point is we all talk about the African potential and how we're going to be the workforce of the world. We have to do something about it. It's not going to happen by itself. We have to invest on education and training and technology for our people. So we have seen the Asian miracle. We have seen several things. What we need to do is to workshop what has happened in those economies. We don't need to have their journey. We should workshop how we can quickly intervene to make things possible. Now, we all know, and it's been just reminded to us here, that we need private capital for growth. And we need to demonstrate that Africa is indeed a viable proposition. I dare say the very existence of African Finance Corporation, our growth in the last 17 years demonstrate that Africa is indeed a viable proposition. And all the opportunities that we have for the energy transition, the Africa being a key part of the solution for the poly crisis, further demonstrate the fact that Africa is indeed a viable investment destination. We just need to do the work. And just to kind of make it clear for people that don't know, so we started with 1.1 billion 17 years ago. The capital is now 3.5 billion with total assets of 12.5 billion. So if we're not profitable and we're not doing well, we will not have this growth. And this growth is really nothing compared to what the potential is. Literally nothing. Because if you understand that Africa has 10,000 gigawatts of solar energy potential, 110 gigawatts of wind energy potential, 400 gigawatts of gas thermal potential, 15 gigawatts of geothermal, 350 gigawatts of hydro, and the fact that in all of these places, the highest that we've gotten to is probably about 8 or 9%. So the potential is there. And then, of course, the future of the world is electric. And all the battery value minerals are all in Africa. So just transforming this with the renewable energy that we have on the continent is significant potential that is avenue for us to mobilize capital to develop the continent.
Right.
So again, just to summarize, we need to sit down together, workshop and learn from what people have done to be successful. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to just look at how do we create the blend of government intervention and private capital to develop the continent.
Thank you very much. Hope, let's come to you, because Samaila has alluded to something on risk, even on the macro level. But when we're working towards mitigating risk for investors in African private sector projects, we are slowly starting to move away from young people are risky, women are risky, and we are working on that as we move along. But help us reconcile within the macro and micro level so that we don't leave anyone behind, even as we attract as much as possible.
Thank you very much. So we talk about insurance and reinsurance being the unsung heroes, right? We are nearly always just criticized. But if you think about it, even at the macro level, or the major investments that happen in countries, in Kenya, SGR, Nairobi Expressway, that is actually behind the cover of insurance companies and reinsurance companies. So it is an existing participant and actor at every level. If you now move down further to, I should also talk about the airport, right? The Nairobi airport, the JKIA, when it got burnt 10 or so years ago. Insurance funds, reinsurance funds got that activated very, very quickly. And you can imagine the losses, economic and otherwise, that would have happened. But going down now, we're talking about inclusion. How do we make sure that more people are included and therefore participating in what we're talking about, private sector capital raising? So if you think about today, the biggest investors, the biggest depositors in banks, financial institutions, it's insurance companies. Rather than pensions, you have insurance companies. So already there is work being done by this sector to mobilize funds from individuals, private sector, that goes into the development. Can we do more? Definitely, we can do a lot. With what we are seeing, the wars, the debt crisis, the inflation, whatever is happening, there is a big sector of our economy, the SMEs, that are being totally decimated. And we see ourselves, we see the sector, the insurance sector, as coming in to bridge that, to de-risk that sector. And currently, happy to report as members of AMFI ourselves and TD, together with IFC and the World Bank, we are looking at how do we actually come together to de-risk, to provide packages that de-risk the SMEs. We are very involved with the other members, Shelter Freak, TDB, Afrexim, on how do we de-risk the trade and investments that they are making. So there is, we are acting at very different levels. Most importantly, though, with the climate risks and what we are seeing, we've come through to say, how do we actually de-risk the most vulnerable? And there's a lot going on, and a lot that can be done. Through DRIVE, which is our flagship project, the de-risking and value enhancement for the pastoral communities in the Horn of Africa, we are implementing a project for the countries, 4 countries in the Horn of Africa, that provides savings and insurance protection to the pastoralists. In just 2 years, we've been able to reach over 2.5 million people and raise over $200 million in private capital in terms of capacity. I mean, I won't go into the agriculture and what we are doing around the smallholder farmers, but what are we learning? We are learning that indeed it is a public-private sector agenda. Once you bring in a public fund, so like in the DRIVE project, for the $70 million or so that have come into this, we're able to raise 200 million. So we are able to do 3 or even 4 times more. So the de-risking is happening. We are coming together as agents of change. That is really what I'm saying. We are moving further down to make sure that we're including. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the transformation that can be brought, is coming, but it also can be unleashed by the digital payment transformation that is happening. Today, we've seen what M-Pesa has done in Kenya. But can we do that at a continental level? Can we actually, because insurance cannot happen, financing can't happen to the smallholder people, the guys that are on cross-border trading at border posts, unless we are able to solve that problem. And on ZEPRI's side, we have engaged regulators. So we engage regulators. We have a non-year regulator forum, actually. We decided if insurance was going to change, we needed to bring the policy makers in the room. In about 2 weeks' time, we'll have another one. And things are changing about microinsurance regulations, so I would maybe challenge us also to make sure that we get the digital payment clear and supportive if we are going to achieve the FCFTA. Yeah, so thank you very much. And yeah, so insurance is doing its work. We can do much better for sure.
We can do a lot more. All right. We'll have a few minutes for Q&A, so please write your questions. We'll have at least 2 or 3 questions from the audience. Admasu, let me come to you. Last year, we've seen you coming to the market to get some bit of financing. We saw $100 million facility from the UK's British International Investment, Islamic Trade Finance Corporation. There's a lot of money that has come in, and it's extremely layered. But when we get into the alliance, there's also the conversation on how do you separate priority within your organization and priority within the alliance, priority within country to country. Just help us reconcile what that looks like.
Good evening, everybody. Very pleased to be here, and all protocols observed. I'll follow the AU. Just maybe to say, I don't think institutions very explicitly try to prioritize in that way. I think institutions end up being very practical. You do what you are able to do given, you know, what's coming through to the market, right? We supply finance, we supply solutions, and that's on the back of demand. I think really what's really exciting these days, I think for the audience and for all of us is, you know, we heard from the commissioner what the theme is here. We're here about, you know, rethinking architecture. And we are here on the very early stages of the birthplace of Amphi, right? We're trying to do business differently. That is a very key aspect of what brings us all here together. Money we all raise. The BII, the various facilities you've mentioned, that's sort of everyday business. We're always raising money. I can show you 20 press releases of different funding that I've raised, you know, and I think all my colleagues do that too. I think what we're trying to address now is a new imperative of trying to synergize together, because we've all been successful. If you look at the balance sheets of the individual institutions on the panel here, AfriEx, and we've all been very successful. Equity Bank is quite a success story itself. Very prominent here on not just the Kenyan landscape, now becoming a regional bank. I think what's very new these days is all of us are trying to find ways to leverage on one another. And if you were to ask me, you know, what strikes you in the context of what Commissioner Mchanga said, I would say to you, a lot of the very impactful deals that we've done as TDB, we've not done them alone. In almost every single case, there have been partnerships with the institutions on this panel, but of course African Development Bank as well. Just give an example of the famous Turkana Wind Power Project. 300 megawatts, often celebrated, one of the first very large wind farm power projects. Everybody talks about it today as a landmark project. Not everybody knows how difficult it was for that project to get off the ground. And the true story is the only reason that project got off the ground is because 3 African multilaterals came together, brainstormed in the face of exits that took place at the very final stages of that project, which would have caused the project never to take off. And the reason we all got together and pulled up our sleeves is one of the big entities called me up and said, you've got to put more on the table because somebody just walked away. And he says, it's not just debt funding, I need you to put equity on the table because that's the only way we're going to get this project off the ground. And it was a number of us who came together and coughed up that additional capital. And it's not conventional for lending institutions to put equity on the table easily, right? Now, today we all sit back and enjoy the success of Turkana Wind, many others coming on the back of that. But you know, the lesson from that particular experience of ours here in Kenya was that wouldn't have succeeded if African institutions didn't come together and say, we're going to plug the gap. Not everybody thinks it's feasible. It's okay. We're all entitled to our opinions. But some of us believe it's feasible. And those of us who believe are going to put more skin in the game and make it happen. Today, it's a success story. Now, I'm sure there's many other stories like that. When I think of the cement story that Samaila mentioned here, I was just, you know, saying, wow, I've done about 7, 8 cement projects the past 10, 15 years. And in every single case, there's either AFC in the picture or DBSA, or mostly it's been with AFC. We've done it in the DR Congo, the first major cement plant, a huge country that didn't have a significant cement plant. We did deals together in Uganda. We've done deals. And you know, if you look across the whole spectrum, you'll find that this is an age where we're coming together in ways that we don't always fully realize. You know, this is it's a new era. If you go back 20, 30 years ago, you wouldn't find these kinds of stories where very significant landmark and big industrial projects were getting off the ground as a result of African financial institutions backing those projects. And I can tell you there's many, many others that I can refer to today here. I don't have the time to do that. But I just thought, you know, since you have the Amphi logo here and we're all members and very passionate about the cause, I think people should realize that there's a lot that's happened in the past 10 to 20 years where we are working together very smartly in ways that's not obvious. You'll only see the press releases. You'll see our balance sheets and our annual reports. You'll see our successes. But nobody reports on the in-betweens, right? So it's not very visible how much I've done with IFC, how much I've done with Afrexim, how much I do with ATIDI, how much I do with ZEPRI. There's so much there to be told. The only question now is how can we structure it better, but through an alliance like this, through the Africa Investment Forum. The Africa Investment Forum is another mechanism that we're all using to say, how can we get difficult projects that are on the priority list of NEPAD, the AU, onto a platform where African institutions can say, this thing has been frozen for too long. It's not moving, this project. What can we do together to put a little bit of wind in those sails? It's a ship that is frozen, right? And again, these are the kinds of new thinking that's going on. So it's not business as usual. And I just thought I would take the few minutes that you've given me to share with everybody why there is this new excitement around AMFI, Africa Investment Forum. There's also one on continental trade. We're trying to do things differently. Why? Because Africa has realized if we don't integrate and create scale amongst ourselves, we'll always be condemned to being so much less relevant on multiple levels. You inspired me in the first few minutes of our chat this evening, so I had to say these few words. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get the ATIDI and Shelter Afrique perspective, but Dr. Mwangi, let's hear from you. You've been at the forefront of the SME support conversation, innovative financing, you name it. As much as has been said about the progress that we've made, some basics still remain. We're still trading predominantly in cash. When we go from one border to another, the merchants, there's still a bit of a problem. So maybe you could just help us understand, as we continue to map out the structure and roadmap, where do we get it wrong as local finance institutions when we're talking about trade finance?
Thank you very much. One, let me appreciate the gathering today, but more importantly, the coming up together of the club, simply because they will now hold each other to account, and they will syndicate their balance sheet, and Africa will have a significant balance sheet if they pull together. They can pull any project through. I hope you will not leave us to get behind, and that my presence on this table is an invitation of the commercial banks to work with you. Now, SMEs have had significant challenges, and SMEs are the greatest opportunity on the African continent. They represent the face of the African entrepreneur. They represent the African capital. It has been described how successful Equity is. It's because it focused on SMEs. 30 years ago, Equity was number 66 in this country. Today, Equity is arguably number one or number two largest bank in Eastern Central Africa, simply because 72% of our balance sheet plays on the SME. Where have we got it right? And maybe lessons can be learned. I think the first one is to appreciate that it truly, if we want to have impact, this is the area. We didn't focus on SME because it is easy. SMEs are not easy, but it's simply because we wanted to see impact. We wanted to be associated with impact. Now, the challenges with SMEs is lack of reference and history. If you look at the SMEs and talk of any on the African continent, they are the first generation of African businesses. They have no reference. They have no history to learn from. So they are learning as they go. And what we see most is the mistakes that they have made. The second one is lack of support. If you look in the past, this conversation will not be here. The multilateral will only talk about public sector financing, financing roads, financing power, financing education, and it was neglected that to complete the equation of an economy, you need the public and private sector to work together. So there was a complete disconnect with the financial system on the African continent in terms of access to finance. Essentially, what that bred is the disconnect, where you do massive investment in infrastructure, but there is no private sector to utilize that infrastructure. So you end up with this, the Kenya standard gauge railway, but it can't pay itself because the private sector is not producing goods and services to be exported. You get the roads, but there are no cars because the private sector are only buying private cars. There are no lorries to transport goods to the marketplace. So essentially, we are not sweating the infrastructure. So that's where we got it wrong first. The second one is we adopted global financing models, where we asked, give me your data. Now, startups have no data to give. So if you start that way, then there is no financing that will ever flow to the private sector. The second one, we asked them, tell us more about securities. African culture didn't allow women to hold RAD, for instance, particularly in Kenya. Yet when you come to equity, 54% of the customers are women. So it was complete chaos. Systemic chaos, if I may say. So we didn't see that perspective and address it. Today, African Guarantee Fund has come and said, they don't need to have security. Why don't you buy a guarantee for them and lend them? The second one is the substitution of data and history with financial literacy. Those who really understand equity know equity succeeded because of rolling out financial and entrepreneurship training. We have trained 3.8 million peasant farmers and converted them into agribusinesses. Once they become agribusinesses, you have a view of a cash flow from the marketplace. The latest one is Young Africa Work. When COVID struck, we said, here we are stuck with a problem. Why don't we digitize training for young people, young entrepreneurs? They have gone to school, they can learn on the platform. After 2 years, we had funded 600,000 micro, small entrepreneurs who had gone through the training. Their default rate is 4% compared with the country's industry average of 15%. Why? Because we embarked on training them. They became aware. They knew what they were doing. They could negotiate better. They could understand the market better. That has been the biggest problem in Africa. Thinking finance is a panacea for the SMEs. We need to bring financial knowledge, financial literacy, awareness to that sector so that it becomes much bankable. Let me stop there because of time.
Perfect, thank you. Manuel, right next. We'd like to discuss about a TD and providing critical political risk insurance, particularly for investments in Africa. Maybe you could just specifically, without speaking much, just provide a situation where your risk mitigation has enabled a major private sector to thrive in an area that would have been maybe too risky.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a pleasure and an honor to be amongst such distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Really, I think political risk, since you've directed me in that direction, I would talk about it first, but I also want to talk about SMEs since I had this conversation with James maybe 20 years ago, how to crack the SME story, but I can share a bit of that success. But let's come back to political risk. As you know, all our governments, and Commissioner Mchanga will also know this, have been trying to enable infrastructure to happen. They put all the laws, they put all the regulations, and they think now private sector would come. But they were surprised that they've done all the reforms. Why is the private sector not responding? And this is the critical part. When investors, when you talk to them, they will tell you, I like the laws, I like the regulations, but I'm not sure they've been tested. Yeah? what really happens when I've put my money out there, won't they change? As you know, right now in Africa, we are running, I think, 19 or 18 elections this year alone. So there's going to be some changes. And once we have a change, there could be some different perspective of how those regulations, were they fair to the private sector, were they unfair, was that a raw deal for the government, etc., etc. So investors are always wary of this issue. And there was a need, actually, to create what you would call a political risk insurer, basically along the same lines as MIGA, which you know, on the World Bank group, but a MIGA for Africa. That's really who we are, to try and actually make those projects work. So Tadesse mentioned the Turkana, which I will not mention because we're involved, but there's also a second project right here in Kenya, Kipeto. I don't know if you know about it. That's the second largest wind project in Africa. It also happens to be in Kenya. I don't know how, but Kenya is really ahead. Again, in that project, there was this question of what happens to the tariff. If you read the newspapers in Kenya, they're saying, oh, electricity is expensive. If you talk to investors, they say, this is a risk that the tariff might be revised downwards. And therefore, my entire cash flow, my entire modeling changes. I need someone to guarantee me that indeed the tariff that I've negotiated under my power purchase agreement would hold for the life of the PPA. So yes, that's one example of where we have given our instruments and our tools to actually make that investment happen. And it's a success. This electricity maybe is coming from those two projects that we are using right now, from wind. And if you look at Kenya, 70% or so is from green sources. So really, these are the tools that we have been deploying. And we would like, of course, working with all the partners here. You know, I've got my shareholders here, I've got my partners here, to actually replicate this concept across the continent, to do the big infrastructure projects. But that it doesn't stop there. And James mentioned it, that it's not important, it's not enough to create only the big infrastructure. You must then deal with the actual, face of Africa's enterprise. That discussion cannot happen without SMEs. This is the majority of our SMEs. He is here as a banker, and he will tell you they are tricky. He did mention here, SMEs are tricky. How do you help him overcome his credit committees and risk committees to then say, I want to deploy the balance sheet to SMEs? Somebody needs to come in with some of the instruments we provide. So we also stand between the bank and the SMEs, just along the same lines like the Africa Guarantee Fund does, to say how can we de-risk the banks so they can continue to do more of what they're doing in this SME space, because that is the future of the continent. If those SMEs don't become corporates, we are doomed. They have to grow. They have to become the next, Amazons, the next Googles in Africa, because look, we have a continent of 1.5 billion people. We are organizing ourselves under the African Union in this Africa trade, continental free trade area. Just imagine the potential of what we are creating here. Really, we are mimicking China on steroids if we can organize ourselves, because really the potential is here, the resources are here. How can we trade amongst ourselves? Again, we have instruments around that to say, how do you de-risk trade within intra-Africa? When you look at the statistics, and Commissioner Mchanga might correct me, intra-African trade in Africa is maybe 16%. When you look at other regional blocks, they are at 60, 70%. Why? Because Africans don't trade with each other. And again, we want to sit between the two traders and say, listen, don't mind, sell your goods to this other buyer in Senegal who you have never met, because we have assessed that buyer on your behalf. And we can give you the guarantee that should that buyer not pay you, we'll come in and pay you out, so that you can now actually trade some more. These are some of the tools that we're doing. You can call it political risk or credit risk, but there's a risk involved, and somebody needs to manage it. It's either a perception or reality, but usually perception is reality.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right. Mr. Han, we saved the best question for last. So the basics, right? So aside from what the different institutions are doing, you have rapidly growing cities, urbanization coming, everyone's now trying to get their foot through the door, and everyone holding hands and saying, okay, let's go. And then the basics are affected. All of a sudden you wake up and there are floods. Housing, basics. So how do you manage progress vis-a-vis things that come as unpredicted as that? Just talk to us about that, and then we'll jump into one or two questions.
My neighbor is saying get insurance. So I'm trying to sell her product here. But it's a pleasure to be here, really, among very reputable institutions and all protocols observed as well. Thank you, Ambassador Muchanga, for really honoring your presence in this room, and our president of AMFI, Professor Rama, and all distinguished colleagues on this panel. So my name is Chelma Biban. I'm the CEO of Shell to Afrique Development Bank, which transformed into a development bank since end of last year, October. So we are in the process of growing and actually playing a much bigger role than we've played in the last 42 years at Shell to Afrique Development Bank. So I think that the reason why we're all here today is very much historical. I really would like everybody to notice having all these African institutions on stage, and the African Union also shepherding this whole effort, because this panel and actually the alliance was launched at the summit of the heads of states in Addis Ababa. So I think this is very historical. It's a historical moment that we can all come together to work as one team to strengthen our capital and be able to deliver more for our people and have more impact across the continent. So we have different sectors and different products that we're offering, but we are all complementary. So what you're just referring to about urbanization and the crisis in many of our cities, where we're sitting here today in Kenya, in Nairobi, we had major floods that have affected many of our neighbors, citizens. Shell to Afrique is headquartered here in Nairobi. We have regional offices in West Africa as well, in Abidjan and Nigeria. But we've been experiencing this climate change actually firsthand here in Nairobi. Some of our staff were even affected as well. So we can tell you that urbanization is real and climate change is also real. Shell to Afrique looks at the housing deficit as a major opportunity for investment as well, for institutions like ours on this panel, but also for the private sector as a whole. And we are supposed to be enablers as development banks to really help our private sector strive. And this is exactly what we've been doing at Shell to Afrique. Over the past 42 years of existence, we've been actually taking chances on entrepreneurs, looking at two main things, right? We're looking at the character of the investor, of the private sector, and the passion to actually do what they're doing. I just came back from Washington, D.C., where I was with the Kenyan delegation, meeting many private sector and the White House with President Ruto and delegation. And one of our clients that we financed in 2005 just raised $200 million with DFC. And this is to tell you that to be able for Africa to be able to create unicorns, we really need to invest early stage. We really need to believe in those names that we are working with every day. We can have some unicorns in the room, right? So we need to really give it a chance. So this institution is financing affordable student housing, and they're pretty big in Kenya. We were the first one to finance them in 2005 when nobody believed in them. And it was very emotional when the founder actually mentioned this at the White House in front of all the delegates, and mentioning that Shell to Afrique was the first to finance them. And they never forgot that. And this is really taking them to where they are today. So it's just ready to say that it's possible to create unicorns and institutions that can have a global footprint. And this is exactly what we're doing. So Africa today has 52 million housing deficit. So if you estimate at a very conservative price for a housing unit, you get an investment need of about $1.4 trillion. $1.4 trillion are needed to resolve the mere deficit we have today. Now, that deficit is growing every year, right? So everybody in this room has at least been building a home or buying a home or taking a mortgage. You know, housing creates jobs. So we're in the business of creating jobs and creating wealth for our nations. And the way we do it is through housing and urban development. housing is at the center of development in many developed countries. In the US, real estate represents more than 52% of wealth in the economy. So I think it's really important for us to also invest in the space and do risking instruments with my sister here and my brother at TD, I think are really critical, because when we lend into the sector, the first risk that the financial institutions in the different countries that we're funding, they raise basically is the fact that developers are not strong enough, or consumers don't have the capacity to actually afford, right, the mortgages. So what we do, we develop some credit enhancement instruments or guarantee structures, just like we've done in Nigeria, where we have actually issued a bond in the capital markets. We had an MTN, medium-term note program, of 200 billion nairas. We issued the first tranche of 46 billion nairas, which was actually 60% oversubscribed. This was in 2022. And today we're looking to do more of those kind of issuances in the different countries. And this funding allows us to actually finance not only financial institutions in the different countries, but also developers to actually deploy in the economy. And by doing that, they're also funding SMEs, right, in the value chain, in the housing value chain. So the way we look at housing is not just about the four walls, it's really about the full value chain. It creates jobs, it creates wealth. When somebody has a home, right, they have a dignity, but they can also even raise money, through the banks to finance their businesses, right? It can be a collateral for that. So at Shelter Afrique, we have 4 main businesses that focuses on exactly that. So we finance banks, we finance developers, we finance PPPs with governments, and we have a fund management group where we have concessional funding for thematic areas, looking at green climate resilience, gender, housing for women, and women in the housing value chain. We finance trade and SMEs in the housing value chain through the banks. We have a product for Islamic finance, working with the Gulf banks, and also we finance infrastructure, social infrastructure to de-risk the housing sector, and then migrants and refugee housing. This is really about job creation, because when you can have large-scale housing programs, we can really skill up the youth in the countries, get them to work, actually. You need plumbers, electricians, across the value chain. So you create jobs and resolve the housing crisis. And then the diaspora is also another area where we're looking to help our countries get back to hard currency. And we're doing that by creating diaspora funds, right, to really address that. So just in a nutshell, I would say that housing, SMEs are very much linked, and resilience with all the catastrophes that we're seeing across the continent is really critical for us to think about really climate change and financing our programs with those kind of instruments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the interest of time, we can't cover this in less than an hour, so we really appreciate your time. We'll have to close it here. What we're keen on the audience knowing is that there is a strategy to empower private sector to champion economic development, and we have the actors, but we beseech everyone. Yeah? Are we good with questions? Yeah? Perfect. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lebon from Green Max Capital Fund. And throughout this session, I realized that Amphi takes pride into collaboration. And my question tackles the area of impact and sustainability. And it's the following. How will the Alliance measure the impact of the initiatives on job creation and on more broad economic development in Africa?
Assessing impact, okay. There's one. There's...
Good evening, everyone. My name is Papa Cham, Value Chain Development, Switzerland, Both Africa. Having heard all of you speaking, we realize we have different products, different institutions, different needs, and different availabilities. And above all, you have the ability to use your seed money to raise more money. So if I hear you well, that means we are facing a crisis of economic opportunities, where you will put your money the right way in order to leverage it. So, assuming that investment, finance, and growth are irremediably cluster issues, that means that you need to blend your investment along value chains that may converge into clusters. So assuming now, I just look at the spectrum here, and then you take a model of saying, okay, you were going to go and build an agro-based industrial multipolar growth center that could develop into a urban development. So just to encapsulate everything. So you are saying that you need to sit down. I would say, okay, no. Before you sit down, maybe you need to have a strategy that's going to all bring you along, that highlight near-term investment opportunities for you all, and blend and syndicate the investment and make it happen. Assuming you run into the expertise that can do that. As institutions may be working on silos for the time being, how would you engage with that expertise and get you help achieve this goal? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where is she? Where? There. Please. Yeah.
My name is Benedicta Lassie. I'm from Ghana and from the African Trade Chamber. First, I would like to thank Mr. James, for your comments on SMEs. I think you addressed all the issues, and we must begin to see AMFI supporting commercial banks so that you can also support SMEs. My main question goes to AFC. I think I've been following your work for some time now, and as a private sector-led business, you've done extremely well, and I think the entire continent is proud of you in your ability to attract capital onto the market. My question is, we have a lot of private project promoters. Now, we know that the time where our governments could give sovereign guarantees are over. And so you need a private sector to step in, to support and participate in infrastructure development. However, we also know that private sector getting projects to bankability is very difficult. And so pre-feasibility studies, the funding of that entire process is a challenge. AFDB has put in place the African Legal Fund facility to support in project preparation. I think Afri-Exim Bank also has a fund. But for private sector who take an initiative that they want to go into a PPP with government to sort of develop a project, how do we support private sector in the phases of development of these projects to ensure that we do not have the private sector as one that feels not being part of the entire conversation on infrastructure development, but we acknowledging that we need private sector to support public sector in providing the necessary infrastructure. And as AFC has shown, yes, the money is there, the capital can be raised, but how do we now move our various projects from the projects being on paper to bankability and to give the investors comfort? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe you could answer that first, and then we'll tackle the other two questions.
Thank you very much. So we have actually focused on project development, what we call developing to de-risk, as our main offering. And we have several examples of that. So in Ghana, the SenPower project is one of our first, and it's of course the first independent power project in the country. So it meant working with the government to create the enabling environment. And we've replicated that in Cape Verde, Djibouti, several other places. So it's something that we do, and we're open, to participate. We actually have a very elaborate process for that. We're currently now working with the government of the US, the EU, Angola, DRC, and Zambia, as well as the AFDB to develop the Lobito corridor. So it's something that we do, and we're constantly doing. Let me take a quick stab at this question on impact that was raised. So, of course, everybody can chime in as well. I think that's a very, very good question. I think for us, impact will be how we can deepen the partnership that we have, how much more capital that we can mobilize, what kind of, I would say, what kind of institutions that we can cause to be created. So for example, Ambassador Muchanga mentioned the African capital market. That's an initiative that's dear to all of us, because all of us as development finance institution know that our real job is to take risks, and to take the risk that most other people can't. So that is an initiative that we would like to assume and try to see how we can drive that. More importantly, we also want to be able to educate our leaders on typical development trajectory across the globe, and how we can't do something different and expect different outcomes. So it's very important for us to be deliberate around how we can collectively mobilize savings. So, our colleagues talked about insurance and pensions and the need for de-risking. So we need to be able to focus on domestic capital mobilization. So how much domestic capital we can mobilize is part of how we're going to demonstrate impact. Then how much of transitioning of the African potential to reality that we cause to happen is also part of that. I'll give an example. So Africa, Guinea in particular, is one of the largest bauxite producers in the world. So is Australia. Both of them are exporting about 100 million tons of bauxite every year. But Guinea is not getting nearly half of what Australia gets. Why? Because Australia is not just exporting bauxite, it's transforming it to alumina and to aluminium. So it is capturing far more value from its bauxite than Guinea is doing. So we, as the Africa Club, will need to look at what are the lower hanging fruits for the structural transformation that we say needs to happen on our continent. We have significant high-grade iron ore. And we know that with high-grade iron ore, you don't need as much energy. So how are we building the energy systems that will allow us to beneficiate iron ore? We know that going into the future, copper is going to be the most important mineral, and we have significant of it in Africa. How are we building the energy systems that allow us to transform that copper into copper oxide, into anode, cathode, going forward is part of how we demonstrate impact on the continent. And to the point raised by James, we need to find a way to connect, the physical infrastructure, the big infrastructure we build with the actual needs of the community. We need to find traffic for the infrastructure that we build. And that goes to the point that our sister raised from Ghana. How are we supporting SMEs? And we support them by advancing funds to banks. And we have a very broad program for that. All of us here together are working together to provide funding to financial institutions.
Right. Let's pass the microphone to Admasu. There was a question here that was asked on a crisis where we have a lot of money, but we don't know where to put it the right way. And there was the scenario that was given about the agro-based industrial strategy, how to engage with other players in the space to also make sure that they offer that expertise. Please just take a stab at that, and then we'll take the last round of questions. Yeah.
I'm going to be a bit boring on this, nothing very exciting to say. I will need to point out that you'd be pleased, I think, to learn that there are many of us who are pushing industrial parks, agro-processing zones, export processing zones. I know Afrexim is very busy in that area. And so it is an area that's receiving a great deal of attention. So I think suffice to say it's not being ignored or neglected in any particular way. I think there's a very strong understanding now that the one way of dealing with some of our debt sustainability issues is to really deal with exports. We have to get organized to do better exports and improve the value of that export as well. It's on our radar screens. Everybody's working on it. The African Union also has several initiatives pushing this, so rest assured it's getting all the attention it deserves.
Hope.
Right. Just to echo my colleagues that really AMFI is about owning our problems, right? Trying to find solutions to our African problems. So when you think about, indeed talking about the agro value chain and how we are all interconnected. So the project I did talk about where we are de-risking pastures in the Horn of Africa, actually to de-risk them, to connect them to markets, right? Because unless you have groups of productive pastures, right, everybody is all over. But once we've brought on board, and by the way, we're using equity bank accounts to get them into the financial cycle. We're getting them to save. And then we're saying, guys, we actually have 300,000 pasturists. They are organized in 10 groups. They can sell millions of cattle. And then it does give the people building, like Arise and others, and TDB, that are investing now in the value, in the production, right? The livestock value chains, whether it is milk, whether it is it's meat, whether it is sale of live animals. Just to know that Qatar needed about 3 million heads of cattle. We were not organized enough to sell them for the World Cup. So how do we actually bring the whole chain together? And I think that is what AMFI is doing, but is going to do much better. Just also to appreciate the African Development Bank. It is really the engine that powers all of us. If you think about, nearly all of us have FDB as an anchor shareholder, as board members, as funders, and we'll do them proud by coming together also to do better and to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw a hand from someone representing SMEs. Please. Please make it as punchy as possible.
Thank you. This was a really insightful session. My question is directed to Mr. James, and I wanted to ask, when it comes to partnerships with the private sector and also financing, how do we make sure we prioritize capacity building, especially access to knowledge for the grassroots entrepreneurs and also SME and MSME owners, so that we can have access to learning on how to do businesses better, how to access these funding opportunities, how to make sure we are at the table when it comes to public participation, even with policy making, how to make sure we access the right markets, so that when all these funding opportunities get to us, who are the grassroots entrepreneurs, we don't have a situation where we don't know what to do with the funding. When it gets to us, we are ready to improve our innovations, we are ready to increase our revenues, and we are ready to actually contribute to economic growth. So how do we make sure we prioritize access to knowledge and capacity building with all these partnerships and the financing options?
Fantastic, fantastic. Dr. James, we'll come to you. There was a question there. We don't want to leave you out, please. Then you'll be the last ones. All right. Oh.
Thank you so much for the session. So I have one question. It goes to Mr. Samaria Zubeiru. So you mentioned earlier, you talked about the Asian miracle. So I would like to ask, how feasible is this miracle within the African context? And what are the possible, what are the drawbacks? Why haven't we gotten to that level yet? Thank you.
Thank you. Very clear. 1-1. Then we'll be done. Yeah. Right there, right there.
Good evening. My name is Elisha Chesiro from the National Treasury. So this has been a very insightful conversation. Thank you, Georgie, for the chance. I have a very quick question with regard to how we look at the nexus between this kind of financing and taxation, which has become a very active conversation. So considering the varying tax policies we have across African countries, how would you all quickly recommend innovative tax reforms that we implement so that we create a balance between resource mobilization and private investment while still ensuring equitable economic development. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Don't back out on me now. I know the tax conversation. Okay. Let's have one last one.
All right, good evening. First of all, thank you very much for such an amazing panel, and also special greetings to Mr. Mwangi, with whom I met in New York not too long ago. My conversation is about diaspora investments, right? So I run Bridge Partners, and what Bridge Partners does is that we specialize on mobilizing and aggregating diaspora investments, private retail investments to co-invest with DFIs like yourself into infrastructure, renewable energy, and financial institutions. Mr. Han already spoke about the potency of diaspora investments for, indeed, development in Africa. But my question is to also the other panelists. What is your consideration with regards to the diaspora and its potency as a real source of financing? And what is your plan to harness this potential? Thank you.
Thank you. You had touched on that, huh? A bit on the diaspora. All right. So we'll start off with the question to Dr. James on access to learning for grassroots entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much. I think there is significant empirical data at the moment that shows the importance of financial literacy and empowerment. Let's call it capacitation. The benefit of capacitation is de-risking. So there is a complete alignment. When, for instance, we train, we spend money in training, we see the reward in lower NPLs, or non-performing loan books. So the reward is instant. I think what is critical is the collaboration and partnerships. If there is alignment completely, then it becomes a market practice. The problem at the moment, it's not a market practice. There are some who are distorting the market, and particularly when government comes in. When government comes in, it then distorts the market, make it so easy, and then people are saying, why are you insisting I train? But I think as we train on that capacity, I think the biggest training that needs to happen in SMEs in Africa is the concept of savings. We can keep on talking about financing, but financing is related directly to savings. The investment that SMEs make need not necessarily be completely debt-oriented. It is a combination of saving by the SMEs, it becomes a pool of investment, then they leverage on debt so that it's a balanced financing model. So that is where we have a real big problem, and that is where I guess our focus on training SMEs should be about savings, which then they can convert into investments and then leverage with the debt. Thank you.
Right, and please, I beseech all of you on the panel, please, let's not get into that cycle where we do 6 months training, 6 months workshops, take you around the world, take you everywhere, and then we underinvest. So please, 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 overtraining is also something that is hampering our growth as SMEs or young people within the space. Samaria, there was a question on feasibility of achieving the dream.
Thank you very much. So clearly very feasible. Why? Because we see, pockets of progress across the continent. And what we need now is more concerted action around value capture, value retention as the bedrock that would create the quality jobs and the incomes that would be the foundation for the savings, which you all know is very critical. And we need to, again, but this time around, because I don't want us to kind of learn from our mistakes, and because we have seen this done before, we need to workshop specifically as Amphi, the best route for us to be able to move, from where we are today to where we ought to go, based on all the successful precedents that has happened. But there are basic models. The basic model is, value capture, value retention, import substitution, export-led growth, industrialization of the economy, education, jobs. That's really the foundation. Then the savings, providing de-risking tools, for pensions, insurance, creating, frameworks for asset allocation that would actually encourage growth. So, for example, pension funds, need to have asset allocation for venture, for private equity, infrastructure funds, infrastructure private equity, real estate, and then, of course, government debt and co. Why? Because if the likes of Microsoft, Apple did not have venture from pension funds, in whatever percentage, they will not exist today. So we must have an eye on the future, and we must take calculated risks, around investing in the future. So some of those reforms are necessary, and then we need to find a way for governments, to understand that the savings that come from these initial initiatives, successes, will need to be reinvested into higher value industries. And that's what was done. And then, of course, like I mentioned, we need to create the markets. We need to create the stock exchanges that are able to mobilize the savings, that are able to provide the de-risking tools. We need to create all of those things. Of course, we need to focus on the research. We need to make investments in the energy systems. We need to make the investments in the ports, in the rail and the roads, and all of that infrastructure that is required. We need to make that investment. Again, all of that is already ongoing. It's just how to harness it in a different way, how to look at specific value chains, specific ecosystems, and we've done the same. So we've built, the forestry value chain with our rice in Gabon. It has made the country move from exporting raw logs of wood to furniture, veneer, plywood, soilwood, one of the largest exporters of furniture today. We're doing the same in Benin Republic with cotton and cashew, sesame, soya. We're doing the same with livestock in Chad. We're actually doing the continental free trade area as continental free trade as part of that initiative. So there are many things that we've done that demonstrate this is possible. We just need to do them at scale.
Perfect. So we have about 2 minutes, and we need to wrap it up. Maybe we could talk about the diaspora. Since you touched on it a bit, we could just touch on that, and considerations as we plan to rally their support and financial backing.
No, thank you very much. I just want to say first, because since I was listening to my fellow panelists, I really think that partnership is key in everything that we're doing, right? It's about partnership between governments, private sector, and DFI, development finance institutions like us here, and international ones. That's how we can really scale up and address the investment needs that we have. I was mentioning only housing, $1.4 trillion. Now you talk about all other sectors. Africa is a $3 trillion market, okay? So we cannot tap into that until we come together. So that's why I think we're here. This is right at the beginning of it. Now, coming to diaspora, every year you have about $95 billion of diaspora remittances coming to Africa, okay? Every year, $95 billion. Those are the estimates that are known. Now, you have funding coming through informal sector, etc., that we don't know. So the question is, how can we harness this diaspora, remittances within our countries across the continent, right? And this is growing every year, by the way. So I think it's really critical to create platforms, structures to capture these remittances into productive areas. Because today it's very difficult to account for where is this money going, right? A lot of it is just for consumption, consumers, etc. So the question is, how can we use this money in productive areas? And frankly, housing, real estate, value chain are all productive areas, or agri and other sectors as well. So I think from our perspective, at least at Shelter Afrique Development Bank, the idea is to create platforms where we can harness the diaspora funding through this platform. We know the developers across the 54 countries where we can work on the continent. We have 44 shareholders among those 54, and we know where we can actually invest and make investment returns for the diaspora that's looking to invest, but some of them just want to have access to those houses. So we want to develop such platforms to harness this diaspora funding. And this can be done across every single sector that we are looking at. Because I think in this macro environment where all our countries need hard currency, right, to stop this hemorrhage of currency depreciation, I think it's important to harness this diaspora funding. But also on the other side, we have money in Africa. it's about knowing how to aggregate and go after this money. I mean, the pension funds that my brother Smaila was talking about, you know, they're sitting on pile of cash. They have to allocate, right? But they're not able to allocate because you don't have enough investment opportunities. So it's up to us to create those vehicles and to get this kind of funding into the space of development and investment impact. And this is exactly what we're doing by raising local currency bonds. In Nigeria, I was giving an example of the 200 billion naira program we have, but many other countries in the CFA zone, we've done it. In Kenya, shilling, we've done it. So this is kind of like engagement we can do. And we can do it also as a platform, as Amphi. So we'll be looking forward to such conversations. Thanks.
Perfect. And I'm almost 100% certain every organization represented here has a platform that can at least utilize most of the money coming from outside. Let's get to the last question, most interesting for today. Recommending tax reforms. I don't know who's going to take that one. There we go. For balance between capital building and fair treatment of the tax base, the people that are paying the tax. And please, we're speaking on behalf of taxpayers also outside these walls.
My driver is waiting for me right here. I'm going to run away as soon as I say what I say. Well, look, I think the truth is tax administration is not really the forte of financial institutions and so on. But the one thing that I think is clear is in the land where M-Pesa was born, digitization would appear to me to be the greatest promise and potential for getting the net very efficiently spread out and positioning the coffers of state to be efficiently filled over the years to come. Because I think the hardest part of administering tax in Africa has to do with the people factor. And I think if you can digitize and move away from the human interface as much as possible, I think it would perhaps lead to the greatest results.
Is that our final word on tax? Dr. James, we'll be left with you here in Kenya. Talk to us about tax. I can't let you go.
Very delicate issue, balancing, financing the needs of the citizens and getting money from the citizens in form of tax. But I think the issue is how do you spur an economy, and particularly the private sector, using tax? Tax can be an incentive or a punitive tool. So essentially, I think it's more of balancing. What do you want to achieve? And how do you use the tax to signal, particularly the signaling effect? There's no difference between the fiscal policy and the monetary policy. You are very, very effective with monetary policy. Use the tools very well to give the signal to the private sector. But I don't think the pressure to raise money sometimes brides the taxman not to remember that this is a signaling effect, how the economy and particularly the private sector will respond to the tax net. I think I've said what I had to say.
Let me tell you.
But I don't have the driver here because even if I have a driver here, tomorrow I will still come.
It's a very touchy subject, you can tell, but we all, I'm 100% certain, we agree that the solution might not be to overtax, is to widen the tax base, as we've been saying. So let's have that top of mind. All right, so hopefully we'll have the same conversation a year from now. It's all been recorded. So whatever you've said, if you've not worked on it, we'll have something to go back on. But please allow us to give a warm round of applause to the panelists. Also for requesting for more time to actually answer the questions, so we appreciate that very much. Professor Rama, Ambassador Muchanga, please join us on stage. We'd like to take a final picture, and then we'll wrap up for today. Thank you, everyone.
I think you deserve a round of applause for staying so late as well, yeah? Thank you so much for the passion.
Thanks to all of you for your time. We really appreciate it. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you very much.
Sema. Acha niingishe.
Maxi. Nasimama hapa. Chukua na hilo.
Hapana, wacha tuwalete, tunachelewa, tunataka kwenda. Mimi hata time imepita.
Excuse me. You mean this interview also wanted now? Yes. But you see, these guys have to let me say that.
Hataki hapa sasa. Maxi unishike.
Chukua na ile